G'day, May 40 here. So, what a great opening weekend for college football. And it led me to make a sacrilegious tweet from the perspective of my upbringing. So, I was raised intensely religious. My father was a Christian evangelist, and he got much of his self-worth on the basis of how many souls he could bring to Christ. And Seventh-day Adventism was a development upon Puritanism. And essentially, the only justification for having fun from a Puritan perspective was so that it would refresh you to go back to doing hard work for God. That's my primitive understanding of kind of the messages that I got from my upbringing. Now, many people around me had wonderful lives in Seventh-day Adventism, so I'm not here to criticize Seventh-day Adventism. You can build a beautiful, great, fantastic, fulfilling, uplifting life in Seventh-day Adventism. Many people convert to Seventh-day Adventism, their life improves. But it was an intense religion, and when my family, meaning my parents and I, moved to California in 1977 at age 11, my father would tell me that religion in America is a mile wide and an inch deep, because in Australia, where I'd lived 9 of my first 11 years, and in England, where I'd lived for about 18 months, if you were religious, in particular, if you were a Christian, you were distinctly different from the general population. In America, when you're a Christian, you weren't distinctly different. You were part of the dominant majority in the 1970s. But the intensity of the Seventh-day Adventist religion practice in my home was above and beyond that of most American homes I came to know. So I didn't have many friends, and I was socially awkward, and I wasn't particularly nice person, so developing friends was not easy for me. So I had to connect with something, and one of the things that I learned to connect with to provide myself the excitement that people would in a more healthy way get from their friends, I would find in my following of American sports. But my father disapproved of sports. He thought it essentially Narishkeit, foolishness, and that would be the dominant reaction within Orthodox Judaism, that this is a world of shtus, this is a world of foolishness. Now, the Balabatim, the lay people in Orthodox Judaism may recreationally enjoy following sports, but this sentiment that I put on X last night, thank you God for the great college football games we had this weekend, that is not a sentiment that makes sense within Orthodox Judaism, nor within Seventh-day Adventism, but it does make sense from within the perspective of a much more relaxed Christianity that used to be practiced by a majority of Americans. So I remember in 9th grade, I made a good friend, and his parents were connected with the Reagans, and they put God first. They told me they put God first. We met at a evangelical Protestant Christian private school. They put God first and sports second. They love sports. And this was like, whoa, because in my Puritan inflected home, sports and religion were opposites. Now, I tried to justify my sports fandom on the basis that Roger Staubach was a good Christian, Tom Landry was a good Christian, that the Dallas Cowboys were good role models, and I tried to find some moral justification for my fandom. But it wasn't really until I left the world of Seventh-day Adventism that I found Christians who were quite open about being big sports fans and didn't look upon it as a weakness, but it was something that they're just quite open about, completely unashamed about. And I had a good friend in high school who was enjoying quite vigorous premarital sex. And so in my Puritan inflected perspective, that meant automatically that he was not someone who went to church, he was not a Christian, and didn't take religion seriously, because from a Puritan inflected Seventh-day Adventist perspective, if you're having premarital sex, you're not someone who takes religion seriously. But in later years, I realized that he was a Christian. He did go to church. It was just a more relaxed form of Christianity. So here I stand. I have no idea why I was just talking about that, but the most amazing thing that Donald Trump has ever said, the thing that blew me away, shocked me, surprised me the most out of everything he said, and he's often shocked and surprised me, the most shocking thing that he has ever said is we should move the population of Gaza out of Gaza. Right? This kind of population transfer is unthinkable, at least until now, but it's still being talked about, and there are still articles about it. Now we've got the Washington Post covering it, that some kind of wholesale population transfer is being considered. And who's going to take advantage of this untapped human capital that's going to start flowing out of Gaza? Now, what is considered right, what's considered wrong, changes over time. So as a reaction to World War I, where casualties were overwhelmingly experienced by soldiers, not by civilians, the moral consensus developed internationally after World War I that it was important for future wars that civilians needed to pay the price of war, right? That was considered the morally right, the upstanding perspective. That was the perspective that came to dominate discussions of international law, that it was important if there was a next war that civilians pay a much higher price, because in World War I, the conventional wisdom was that the civilians sat home and were largely safe, and they sent their boys, their young men, off to fight in a war in which they'd get slaughtered, and that wasn't fair. So in conventional moral discourse, you simply have to make a priority on the welfare of civilians. But down throughout history, it was simply taken for granted that civilians would have to face the consequences of a war that their country was in. So if Gaza invades Israel, in history, it was just simply taken for granted that Gazans would have to pay the price. And it wasn't just Hamas that invaded Israel, right? All sorts of Gazans who are not affiliated with Hamas, right, followed in on this attack and started raping and slaughtering Israelis. They were down with this. Hamas enjoys very strong majoritarian support in Gaza. And so to me, it's not shocking that Gazans will have to bear the responsibility of their attack on Israel. But in international moral discourse now, supposedly the top priority for a war should be the minimization of civilian casualties, while the very opposite perspective was the dominant moral internationalist globalist perspective after World War I. So it's always worth thinking about when something is proclaimed as just an obvious moral truth, right? Who says so, and how is this constructed, and how is this looked at in a different time period? It reminds me about, I was talking to ChatGPT yesterday about why are there so many news articles extolling evolution and the beauties of evolution, and how evolution is changing the world around us, and how all forms of life, they're adapting and changing due to evolution. But it doesn't talk about how people are changing, how different groups have developed under different evolutionary pressures, and how the human brain in different areas under different evolutionary pressures has developed perhaps differently for different groups in different parts of the world. This is verboten. And one of the reasons that this is not discussed, according to ChatGPT, is that it's harmful content. And I was kind of taken aback. Like, it just struck me as a weird pronouncement, harmful content, as though there was this objective category of this is obviously harmful content. But much of what I regard as simply true, right, you might regard as harmful content. And what you regard as true, I might regard as harmful content. If I were a Christian, right, I would regard any content that diminishes the importance of Christian faith and Christian practice as harmful content. If my hero system were a Christian hero system, I would regard anything that damaged and undercut my hero system as harmful content. As an Orthodox Jew, if this was a dominantly majority Orthodox Jewish nation, which obviously the United States is not, then I would not be surprised if there was legislation against any content that harmed Orthodox Jewish practice and belief. So what constitutes harmful content, right? It depends entirely on the position of the observer. What constitutes hate speech depends entirely on the position of the observer. There's no definition of hate speech that I've ever heard that would not therefore castigate the Bible as hate speech, because a lot of very challenging things said in the Bible. Christopher Caldwell is one of my favorite thinkers, and he was on Tucker Carlson just a few days ago. A very unfortunate title. I don't think this is a fair title to what Christopher Caldwell is saying. I'm concerned that Tucker Carlson is purveying harmful content here and misinformation and even disinformation, because just unnecessarily inflammatory and conspiratorial headline I've just got to disavow. It says Christopher Caldwell, how immigration is erasing whites, Christians, and the middle class. Harmful content. Share with me. Tell me, how do you navigate the challenge of harmful content? And what can we do as a society to help shield people from harmful content and misinformation and the threat of disinformation? Did you know that 63 intelligence officers have looked at this video and they've declared that it bears all the hallmarks of Russian misinformation?
I know you spend more days out of the country and have for more years than literally anyone I know. So answer this question. The countries that seem to be moving backward the most quickly, this is my perception, are the white Christian English-speaking countries: New Zealand, Australia, Canada, UK, United States. Am I imagining that? What is that?
Well, I can't really speak about the countries of what they used to call the old Commonwealth, Australia and New Zealand. I've never been to those places. But I certainly think that
I have been to those places. Right. I've been undressed before kings, but I've never been to me.
England, the UK more generally, but England in particular, is really in a difficult position now. And I think that the diagnosis that English people generally are coming to is that they've had too much immigration.
Wait, stop. There's just too much going on here. Stop.
The UK more generally,
Wait,
but England in particular,
where does this all
is
come
really
from?
in a difficult.
Bloody hell, too many windows open. All right, let's cut out the country music here. All right, let's get back to wholesome content. Stop it.
They're up around, the country is. The country, well, most recent, the country's had a lot of immigration since, since the Second World War. It had some moments of acceleration. They had a huge wave of migrants from both the Caribbean and the Indian subcontinent in the years right after the war, and by a huge wave, it's a couple 100,000. But more recently.
Is it just me, or does Tucker Carlson have the best sound quality out there?
We've had...
right, he may be morally dubious, he may be pushing misinformation, disinformation, and conspiracy theories, but his Middle Eastern money, his money from Qatar, is really providing excellent sound quality.
Even larger numbers. And in fact, one of the things that has made Brexit so contentious in England is that the big promise of Brexit, the primary promise of Brexit, was to limit immigration. That's what most English people thought it was for. Now, Brexit was delayed between the referendum and 2020, and when Britain finally got Brexit, it had COVID, and so it had a period of zero immigration for a while. But then something really interesting happened, which is the people who had managed to get Brexit, that is the government of Boris Johnson, sort of looked at the numbers and they were very frightened. Brexit, it had that the economy was going to continue slow after.
So Kevin Michael Grace would keep telling me that Boris Johnson was a wrecker, a careless wrecker. And I would say back to him, well, if Boris Johnson simply gets Brexit done, that will situate him as a significant historical figure. And it turns out we were both right.
After COVID. And due to the way the British government scores economic predictions, immigration comes out as, by definition, a benefit to the economy. So seriously, so they
like
decided,
in California.
Yes, so they decided they decided to just loosen immigration for a little bit. And the result was really extraordinary. They got, I think,
So 3 years ago, this video would have been flagged and removed from YouTube and given a hate speech strike. So standards of what constitutes hate speech change over time.
0.5 million immigrants between 2021 and 2024.
4.5 million?
Yes. And so we're talking about, in 3 years, we're talking about an immigration that is 7% of the country's population. And that immigration, because because Britain had left the European Union, was not European immigration. It was 80% of it came from outside of Europe. So it was a profoundly foreign immigration and the largest Britain had ever had.
So if Donald Trump's suggestion to move the Gazan population, transfer them somewhere else, is not the most shocking thing you've ever heard Trump say, and then apparently promote action upon, that was not just some stray remark, then what is? All right, this one just like knocks me back. I can't believe he said that. But this used to be the norm throughout human history, right? 100,000 years of human history. When a group lost a war, it would have to move, or it would become a slave to the new winning power. So what shifted? Well, after World War II, you had a massive amount of population transfers and ethnic cleansing, so that Germans around Europe were moved back into Germany. In the process, about 2 million Germans lost their lives. And I don't think it was the loss of these German lives that particularly afflicted the consciences of Western elites, but the Allies themselves sanctioned these population transfers. And yeah, there was a humanitarian disaster that followed. But really, did that cement the idea that such measures were unacceptable? These massive population transfers after World War II helped facilitate more cohesive, united, more trusting, and more effective nation states after World War II, because they were more homogeneous, they were more cohesive, and people had their own countries. So perhaps one of the key reasons that Europe has had so much peace since World War II is that various peoples were returned to their homeland. Now, after 1945, we got the rise of international law, and in the 1970s, we got the human rights movement, and we had these explicit prohibitions on the forced displacement of civilian populations, and ethnic cleansing became synonymous with war crimes. But that term only developed in the 1990s. Do you remember hearing about the great evil of ethnic cleansing prior to the 1990s? Do you remember the 80s? In the 80s, there just wasn't much concern in America that one stray remark would destroy your life. That one careless remark about this or that group, it wasn't a lived concern. Now, yes, in every society, in every community throughout history, there has been a penalty for saying things that violate taboos and shock people and disturb them. But the fear over how one stray remark can destroy your life and then damage your family and your community, that was my estimation, that fear was at about 1/10 of the intensity that it became after about 1991, after the Clarence Thomas hearings. Right? Men saw in the Clarence Thomas hearings how women could testify truthfully or falsely about them, and people started really watching what they had to say. And the amount of fear over saying the wrong thing, to me, it's 10 times as intense as it was during the 1980s. So we've also had the rise of TV and the internet, which makes refugee flows and atrocities much more visible, and therefore fueling public outrage. So what are the advantages for Trump, right, in playing the shock jock? Right, Trump is both playing a shock jock, and he's also the most powerful man in the world. Having Donald Trump in the White House is a little bit like having Howard Stern as president of the United States, the old Howard Stern. Right? It's certainly among the most polarizing, most unconventional ideas that he has floated in his second term. And it's probably, this Gaza plan's got to take the cake, because it's not just rhetoric, right? It's a policy that aims at moving over 2 million people. So why does Trump make so many shocking statements? How does it benefit him? Who benefits? So he gets to dominate the news. He gets to dominate the attention economy. He energizes his base, because when people say shocking things, it's energizing. He shifts the Overton window, so he expands the range of acceptable political discourse. And he distracts from setbacks and other controversies. And he taps into widespread frustration with elites, with globalism, with bureaucracy, and with political correctness. And he gets to test policies out loud, right, and then gauge reactions. And he gets to project strength and unpredictability, right, which he then uses as a negotiating tool. Now, his strategy also carries risks. I am not here saying this is a great strategy, let's do it. Just like I didn't say that bombing Iran, that's fantastic, right? Obviously in America's interest. Didn't oppose it, didn't support it. It just strikes me as a dangerous thing to do, but very much hope it's in America's interest. So why does Trump say so many shocking things, right? He dominates the attention economy. By dominating the attention economy, he shapes the public agenda, and he fires up his base. He gets leverage in negotiation. He builds his brand on defiance, and he uses chaos as a strategy. So Washington Post reports, so this is on and off a top story. The Trump administration and international partners are discussing proposals to build a Riviera of the Middle East on the rubble of Gaza. Right, one plan would establish American control over Gaza and pay Palestinians to leave. All right, did you ever expect this? So what happens if this happens? Right? Or what happens if Trump normalizes discussion of population transfer? Right, this would be a pretty big shift in foreign policy norms. This could very much destabilize the Middle East. This would create precedent for other population transfers. This would mark a decrease in the status and power of international law and the human rights industrial complex. It would create polarization within the American political system, and it would just make it easier for other people to do it. So how does Trump get away with saying outrageous things in addition to everything I just mentioned? I think Donald Trump is the most fatalist president we've ever had in the United States, and it's not talked about much. But Trump sees the world as a harsh, zero-sum place where bad outcomes are inevitable. And so that makes it easier for him to justify this kind of out-of-the-box thinking and radical ideas like population transfer. Right? He's got this zero-sum worldview. He sees that many conflicts of interest are permanent and they are unsolvable. He doesn't think peace is going to happen between the Israelis and the Palestinians. And because peace will never happen, that he then shifts to drastic and once unthinkable measures like moving populations, because they start to feel like the only realistic options. He shrugs off consequences, right? Fatalists do not obsess over long-term fallout, right? Trump is willing to risk chaos, suffering, and blowback. He simply accepts that all these things are inevitable. It pairs with his image as being a tough guy, right? The world's a nasty place, so we need nasty solutions. And if his ideas and policies fail, then fatalism provides a cover. That's just how the world works. Or it lowers perhaps his accountability, or just puts him in a mindset to risk things that someone who wasn't a fatalist would not be willing to risk. And his fatalist mood probably resonates with Americans. So I have been one to say, LOL, nothing matters. Not because I literally believe that, but because that is an incredibly effective perspective. And for most people, that would immediately mark me as unserious, and that is nihilism, and that is contemptible, and that's bad, and it's immature. But LOL, nothing matters, is often the most effective perspective you can take on things that are completely outside of your control, right? You do the best you can. You try to walk with God. You try to do the most elevated, dignified thing that you can do. But you have to recognize that most of the world out there is above and beyond your control. And if you are someone who becomes like overly obsessed in things that are out of your control, that's not a life strategy that works. Instead, even though it sounds terrible and nihilistic and plebeian, right, LOL, nothing matters is a very effective mindset at times for some situations about things that are completely out of your control. So Trump's fatalism makes it easy for him to frame issues in apocalyptic high-stakes terms, to amplify the shock value, and to use chaos as a deliberate strategy to pursue his objectives. Right, so he creates urgency, he justifies his radical actions, and American presidents have a long track record of seizing all sorts of powers that they do not have on the books in the name of an emergency. So if a ruler can just invoke an emergency, such as we saw during COVID, then precedent goes out the window and people seize power. And whenever you have an emergency, you will always have a reduction in individual rights and a strengthening of the collective. And the best book to understand what's going on with the second Trump administration is Clinton Rossiter's terrific 1948 book, Constitutional Dictatorship. And he goes down through various democracies such as Germany, France, England, and the United States, how its leaders, working within the framework of a democracy, have operated often in times of emergency in dictatorial ways. And probably nobody did this more effectively than Franklin Delano Roosevelt. So people on the left loved it when American presidents used emergency dictatorial powers to pursue a left-wing agenda, but now they are freaked out that Donald Trump is using these same powers to push a right-wing agenda.
And it was brought about by the very people whose entire reason for being in government was to stop immigration. And it's had an extremely destabilizing effect on the politics of the country.
So they, according to the way British economists score the economy, more people, almost always from poor countries, make you richer or something?
Yes. I mean, it's sort of like it adds a certain amount of units of labor, and the country is that many units of labor richer. And there's
right. Remember, I keep going back to this theme. What's the most important thing for economic policy? Is it to fulfill the dictates of various abstract models about how the world works, which is the elite consensus, the dominant media consensus, right? Most important thing in economic policy is that you live up to these certain abstract models. To me, the most important thing for economic policy, cultural policy, defense policy is to preserve the safety and to enlarge the dignity of my fellow citizens. And so abstract economic models are incredibly useful, and I want them to have an appropriate level of influence, but to me there's something more important than fulfilling the dictates of abstract economic models. So if abstract economic models say, oh, if we just bring in more immigrants, that will add to the GDP, that is not the end of the story for me. That is just a little part. It's like, okay, that's interesting, but will it increase the dignity, the prosperity, the safety, and the human flourishing of my fellow citizens, right? That's my concern.
There's not really a sufficient, without going into the economic details, there's not sufficient reckoning done of the fact that these people will age, they'll form families, and they will collect the generous and perhaps overly generous state benefits that they've been brought in to help defray.
Yeah, I mean, is there in the history of the world a country that's had like that level of immigration from poor countries that got richer because of it?
The United States, but it's a very special case because we were a we had laid claim to a continent-wide.
Christopher Caldwell is such a more nuanced, intellectual, and deep thinker compared to Tucker.
Landmass, although we didn't always do that.
So this is why Christopher Caldwell is respected by the left and Tucker Carlson is not.
Explicitly, and we had only a very few millions of people with which to claim it. And so we really needed people, and they generally came from societies that were, or let's say they might have come from societies that were richer than ours, but they came from the less fortunate parts of those societies. So I think it did enhance.
So at certain times and places, more immigration might well be in your nation's best interest. It's not like there's one immigration policy that is always the best in all circumstances. So there aren't many articles that have been published about Trump's fatalism, but there was one in Politico, June 8, 2018, the headline, "The What Me Worry President? Donald Trump has long said he doesn't worry about the future because nothing really matters." "I'm a great fatalist," he told Newsday in 1991. "I'm very much a fatalist," he said on CNN in 1997. In the summer of 2016, he told the New York Times he was very much a fatalist. So it's possible he doesn't understand what he means by the term, but by the accepted definition of fatalism, right, the belief that people are powerless to alter the course of events because they're predetermined, this does seem to be a liberating key to Donald Trump's ability to handle pressure, right? Pressure that would crush almost everyone, and to emerge emboldened and incredibly effective and influential. So fatalism isn't the only thing animating Donald Trump. He apparently seems to use his fatalism situationally, right? He's a situationist. So he has other perspectives on life. He insisted on various prenuptial agreements. He has a distaste for traveling because he finds it's boring. He doesn't like shaking hands because it's barbaric. He likes McDonald's and other fast food because it's clean, right? He uses his fatalism for effect, right? He recognizes that fatalism is useful in certain situations. He offers it up when convenient, right? Just like he offers up his supposed Christian faith when it's convenient, right? So for Donald Trump, he finds it quite useful to portray himself at times as a fatalist. And I think many of us would find that LOL nothing matters approach quite a useful pose. So the elite discourse in the news media talks about things like population transfer, ethnic cleansing, harmful content, slurs, as though these are objective evils. But right and wrong depend on the nature of your hero system, right? What is decided by society to be right and wrong depends upon the creation and then the enforcement of these moral norms, right? Things like ethnic cleansing, hate speech, slurs, these are not timeless moral categories, right? They are labels that are built upon moral norms that societies construct, enforce, and deconstruct. So what will count as right or wrong in your society will depend on cultural, political, and historical context. Right now, we have the news media playing the moral norms enforcer for the liberal left elite who dominate our institutions. Norms stick when powerful actors enforce them, when you get punished for violating them, but norms can shift quickly. So 30 years ago, same-sex marriage was unthinkable, and now it's the law of the land.
It's the United States, while we had, a more or less virgin territory. I understand that the Indians were there, but a lot of the territory was virgin and ripe for development. As long as we were in that position, it was a benefit to us. The mistake that other countries in the world have made, and Europe more than anyone, has been to assume that if they get mass immigration, it's going to work the way it did under the very special circumstances of 19th century North America. But instead, what's happening is it's working more like the circumstances of 17th century North America. That is the people who are arriving.
So I love the sophistication of the Jewish tradition, and I love this anecdote. So Christianity primarily teaches about God through teaching systematic theology. And Judaism primarily teaches about God through telling stories. And here's a great story from the 19th century. A Hasidic rabbi was asked by his students, you say, Rabbi, that everything has its purpose under heaven. Well, what's the purpose of atheism? And the rabbi responded, when you see someone in need, you should help him as though there were no God in the universe to help him.
Arriving from abroad are becoming the core group.
They're replacing the indigenous population.
That seems to be what's happening.
And
Not everywhere, but in a lot of places.
But in
if you go to
Britain.
London.
So you start a new job, you'll get a rule book, but your rule book is not necessarily the best guide to how your workplace operates. To really learn about how your workplace operates, you need to form connections with people there, and they'll give you the score. What's the law on the books is not necessarily what's going to happen. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but when you think about Trump's invoking emergency powers to set up all these trade deals and to unilaterally impose massive tariffs, and now we have various analyses that Trump's tariffs may well bring in over $4 trillion over the next decade, which would be absolutely essential to the US Treasury. It's stunning to contemplate that just on the basis of law books, right, Trump's tariffs appear quite illegal. So what's going to happen now that we have an appeals court who's ruled that Trump's tariffs are illegal? The case is headed for the US Supreme Court, and I think it's quite possible that Trump's tariffs and Trump's trade deals might end up being good things for America. Right? I don't know enough to make any definitive judgment. But on the face of the law, they appear illegal, just like Obamacare on the face of it was clearly illegal. So the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, John Roberts, his approach was he recognized that Obamacare was illegal, but he didn't want the court interfering in the political process to that degree, and so he found a way around essentially the law so that he could be the deciding vote and approve Obamacare. And so if the Supreme Court, well, it'll take out the legality of Trump's tariffs, we'll probably see something similar, right? Donald Trump is stretching provisions in various trade acts, way beyond their intended scope. And I just don't see how the Supreme Court will strike him down, because trade and national security are areas where courts traditionally defer to the executive branch. So Justice John Roberts found a legal hook, an excuse to avoid dismantling Obamacare. Right? The Supreme Court is going to look for every possible excuse to avoid ruling Trump's tariffs illegal. And the fascinating thing as I read this Clinton Rossiter book, reread it on constitutional dictatorship, is that usually when an American president declares he has emergency powers, even though he doesn't on the books, he usually gets his way. And ChatGPT agrees with me. When a president invokes emergency powers, courts usually do not get in his way. Legislators do not get in his way, right? Because Americans tend to look to the president to solve their most pressing problems, because the overall legislature is just too complicated and takes too much time. And so Americans look to a president to just get things done. So with Franklin Delano Roosevelt, right, this was the most crisis-minded public figure in American history, according to Rossiter. Right? This is a guy who loved crises, emergencies, dangers, perils, and panics. And this concept that you never let a crisis go to waste, that's not some dark, conspiratorial, left-wing partisan perspective. That is a human perspective. We all strive to shape the niche around us so it's most conducive for our own and our own groups thriving. So during Delano Roosevelt's 12 years in office, it was one continuous emergency, and he was just constantly trying things. He was constantly fighting. He was constantly proposing. He was constantly risking. He was constantly seeking extraordinary power in what he would claim were extraordinary circumstances. And if you get people to buy into your claims, they're in a state of emergency, these are extraordinary circumstances, they will generally allow the president to do and exercise the extraordinary powers that he is claiming. right? His primary source of emergency authority were his own instincts, his own challenges, his own declarations about his power, right? His power primarily came from his own personality, that he saw himself as an emergency president. He loved emergencies, and he was going to use them to promote what he wanted to do. And this emergency president and his love of emergency powers that we saw in FDR, well, Trump is pretty similar. Right? Roosevelt loved emergencies because they gave him the room to act. And you could say the same thing about Trump, whether it's immigration, trade, COVID, right? Trump will tell America we're in a crisis, and then he'll use this emergency to justify his actions. So Roosevelt stretched his powers to the absolute max, and Trump is doing the same thing. Right? When the ruler can invoke an emergency and get the system to go along with him, right? The sovereign is he who decides that society is in a state of exception. So we'll find out. Trump certainly isn't always winning, but there's probably a pretty good chance that the Supreme Court will find a way to sign off on his invocation of emergency powers to bring in all these tariffs.
It's incontestable.
Well, it's overwhelmingly, it's like 70% non-British, right? Non-English.
That's right. That's right.
So can that be changed, fixed, reversed?
That's what the discussion in England is about now. And that's why the politics on the English right is so, it's so fractured. It's fractured, but it's actually very interesting. A lot of, there's a lot of sort of like new ideas sort of popping up out of desperation,
Like what?
They're mostly ones that you would recognize from, the Trump campaign. They have a lot of them have to do with deportation. There's a lot of discussion of withdrawing from the European Convention on Human Rights and from the UN, refugee treaty from the 1950s. The UN has a refugee convention from the 1950s that governs a lot of rights of asylum. And the Tony Blair government in the late 90s and the early part of this century passed something called the Human.
So Donald Trump's personality trait of fatalism, his tragic worldview of life, is having a profound effect on the world around us. And so I talked to AI about it. And most of the effects of Trump's fatalism from AI's perspective were quite negative. So ChatGPT says that this fatalist attitude undermines agency and responsibility, right? So for Trump, he gets to shrug off responsibility. It is what it is. He gets to dodge the blame for failure. The fatalist attitude fuels cynicism about America's institutions that are overwhelmingly aligned against him. So Trump can tell the American people that politics is a rigged game, it's controlled by shadowy forces, the institutions are against you, and this resonates with his supporters because it matches their life experience. So if nothing systemic can be fixed, then politics becomes less about programs and more about the strong man who can bend fate, right? He portrays himself, only I can fight back against the inevitable. It also creates a sense of crisis. He can use an apocalyptic tone that raises the stakes. It turns normal politics into an existential battle, and it creates intensity both on the side of his supporters and opponents. And it weakens forward-looking governance, right? Fatalists do not tend to invest in long-term planning. Trump's trade policies, whatever you are going to say about them, they're not careful, right? They certainly feel quite haphazard and ad hoc. So Trump's decision-making seems reactive, short-term, and highly personalized. So he's highly disruptive and chaotic. Fatalism blends with transactionalism. So if everything's rigged, if everything's inevitable, then alliances, treaties, and institutions have no inherent value. They're just temporary deals until fate turns. And his fatalism will affect wider American culture. And fatalism is not normally something that is associated with American culture. Right? The American myth is that if you work hard, if you do the right thing, that you're very likely to succeed. Now, I had to push AI to tell me, well, how does fatalism benefit Trump? So it provides emotional relief for Trump and his supporters. It cuts through pretension. So fatalism is frequently much more in reality than any other perspective, because there's so much that we don't control. It can mobilize anger into loyalty, provides immunity against setbacks. It's a counterweight to American optimism, which is frequently foolish, and can be quite pragmatic. So advantages and disadvantages to every world view. But Trump's choices and Trump's operating system don't make sense until you recognize how foundational his and situational. Something can be both foundational and situational. His fatalism is.
Rights Act, which made European human rights law and the authority of the European Convention of Human Rights binding on the UK. So there is talk about.
So in the 1950s, human rights was primarily promoted by people on the right because they thought it would protect private property and other essential liberties that were primarily embraced by the right of center. They wanted to protect private property and its privileges against the dominating power of socialism that was taking over the continent and winning election after election. Since the 1960s, human rights is overwhelmingly being invoked by the left. So there's a new book out recently called A Paleo-Conservative Anthology, New Voices for an Old Tradition. And it's just been clarified for me over the past few weeks that the paleocons have been pretty much right about almost everything over the past 80 years. So it's worth wondering, how do they do it? And what the heck is it? So paleoconservatism believes that there is a good society that's organic and cohesive, meaning a good society has high cohesion and high social trust. So paleoconservatives are deeply suspicious of our modern technocratic administrative state where we're ruled by elites and where more and more of the political is removed from the realm of the decisions of the people and their elected representatives and instead transferred to elites and experts. So paleoconservatives have a skeptical view of human nature. They are quite skeptical of using government for dramatic social transformation. Right? Paleoconservatives believe in a fairly fixed understanding of human nature. So they tend to be quite skeptical of attempts to reconstruct inherited social and gender roles. 40 observes the Goyim holidays by live streaming. A blessing, though, maybe not a psak, a ruling. So the two most famous articulators of paleoconservatism are Paul Gottfried and the late Sam Francis. And they disagreed over some things, agreed over other things. So they fundamentally disagreed on the nature of religion, the importance of religion. And Sam Francis believed that the elites would invoke all sorts of things that have now become known as woke in service of their own interests, but they don't really believe in the woke things that they're saying. And the religion is just the passive tool of power. Paul Gottfried contends that the elites do believe overwhelmingly the things that they are saying, and that religion has an importance and a power independent on how it is used in politics. And they both built on the thought of James Burnham. So I read this new biography of Bill Buckley, and one of the things that is striking about it, you come away from it and you think in the intellectual circles that Bill Buckley moved in, he was pretty much always the most shallow member of that intellectual circle. And it didn't gnaw at him. Right? He didn't suffer from self-doubt. He was an incredibly generous person, and it didn't bother him how shallow and glib he was. So James Burnham was one of the founding editors of the National Review, and a far deeper and more profound thinker than William F. Buckley. And James Burnham, out of all the major editors of National Review, is the one who is most cited by paleocons and is probably the most influential in American politics today. So James Burnham saw a big distinction between the rational secular rulers and the non-rational religious multitudes, right? That is not a distinction that I would see. They just simply have different hero systems. Paul Codfried says in his book 1999, I think this is excellent, all right? His book's called After Liberalism, Mass Democracy and the Managerial State, that the voters have given away what they value less, the responsibility of self-government for themselves and their offspring, in return for what they value more, sexual and expressive freedoms and entitlements. I think that's hilarious. So I'm not sure that I agree with him. I think it's more that the rise of expertise and the power of experts has shrunk the realm of the political. But it is a provocative thesis that the American people have given up much of their own ability to govern themselves in return for the ability to enjoy more sexual and expressive freedoms. So one of the more ridiculous things that has been dominant in American politics was the second George W. Bush inaugural address, where he claimed that the human heart beats for freedom everywhere in the world and that liberal democracy is simply the most natural and universal form of government. And of course, this is absurd, right? It's confusing what is universal to human nature with what is historically specific to a given civilization and a specific people at a certain time. Glib Medley in the chat says, I first came across the flagship Paleocon magazine Chronicles in an indie bookstore around 1990. It's just very impressive how the Paleocons are just consistently right. I'm not a partisan, right? There's not one particular right-wing approach to life that I'm pushing, but the Paleocon track record is profound.
At just the moment when people were beginning to get uneasy about crime and about, wasteful government programs in New York City, Buckley came and ran for mayor, and he got about...
So this is Christopher Caldwell speaking on the First Things podcast about the new Buckley biography.
About 15% of the vote. And not everyone voted for him, but everyone really found him entertaining, and he was witty. And, you say he became the top conservative, but Tannenhouse makes the argument that that kind of role of like a public figure expressing a political ideology, it didn't really exist until then. So he said, Buckley was a new type of character altogether. He wasn't really an analyst or a journalist. He was a performing ideologue. And so that's what he became in the 1960s. And I think a good... Yeah, sorry.
That's fascinating. I mean...
Yeah, the host of this podcast, the editor of First Things, R.R. Reno, he talks way too much. But I have a similar reaction, similar sentiment to Glib Medley. He says the Chronicles magazine popped the cherry of my libertarian adult brain. Right, I was quite libertarian in the 1980s. It seemed to me that politics was primarily about resource distribution, and the free market distributed resources in the most effective manner. And I thought that conservatism was all about free markets and free peoples and freedom and individualism. And I was quite naive, and I was quite entranced with the Milton Friedman libertarian approach. I loved the University of Chicago libertarian free market approach to economics. I thought this is the way. And only as I've aged have I become more and more skeptical of the libertarian perspective, though I recognize that in certain situations it's quite useful.
Now that you say it, the TV talking heads all had this kind of magisterial, serene commenting on the affairs. So they were liberal.
Mr. Reno, an interview is not a conversation. Your questions should be as short as possible.
Liberal, but that was just to be normal.
Yeah.
Whereas now it seems like the entire media landscape is dominated by Buckley's great, epigons, performing ideologues left, right, and center.
I think libertarianism is particularly attractive to those with little responsibility. So, for example, Matt Welch, who is the editor of Reason magazine and who has been one of America's premier libertarian journalists over the past 25 years, he at the same time has always supported socialized medicine because of his life experience of having a wife and children and being in desperate financial straits. And he saw the beauties of French socialized medicine because his wife is French and he must have spent some time in France, as opposed to just the high anxiety and the desperation that Americans often feel when trying to get health care or health coverage. And so it's just, in one sense, it just makes absolutely no sense. If you proclaim yourself libertarian, ipso facto, you cannot support socialized medicine. But because of real life responsibility, right, he has to compromise on this, I think, generally immature ideology to, yeah, I'm libertarian, except I want big government when it comes to medicine.
Now, you talk about the 70s being the high watermark. Well, a couple of things that happened. Buckley was not big on Nixon. Buckley didn't ever really trust.
I think Caldwell describes the late 70s as the most right-wing part of modern American history, because you had that anti-tax referendum passing in California. You had a tax revolt around the nation.
Nixon, because he thought of him as kind of a trimmer, as an Eisenhower. This is something he retained from the 1950s. He thought he'd made his peace with the New Deal. But Kissinger got Buckley into the...
Bill Buckley was not particularly astute, right? He had contempt for Eisenhower, who was a much more effective and profound president than Buckley realized. And then Buckley fell in love with this murderer and just did everything he could to help out this murderer, and just bought in and subsidized this murderer. Buckley just consistently exhibited really poor judgment.
Nixon White House. Nixon wound up being an ambassador, not the ambassador, but he became...
So as I stand here proclaiming right and wrong and truth and profundity and making all these sweeping assertions, I want to have a sense of humility about how often I've just completely blown it, being completely wrong, being a big effing idiot. At the same time, I don't want to go too far with that, because I've often had a good sense of what's going on and had the courage to go against the conventional wisdom and told the truth at some cost to myself. So I want to stand on my own 2 feet, both accurately recognize how often I've been a big fat idiot, and also recognize that just think back to the track record of this live stream since I've been going fairly regularly live since early 2018. Pretty good track record of the topics discussed, and thinking about how often I've detected that some ugly bullying fraud is going on by people with power behind the scenes, and it consistently is borne out in the course of time.
A representative of the United States to one of the UN committees, the one on human rights, and he actually played a role in formulating the U.S. response to the...
So when I first heard a Trump rally, I think in August 2015, and I immediately sensed that this had power, everyone around me mocked me and did not take seriously Donald Trump. And one of the most common reactions that I received from people with status, they would talk down to me and they would say, we know things that you don't know. So there's no way that Donald Trump is even going to be allowed to become the Republican nominee for president. And so that is a large part of my experience with power. right? People with power throughout my life have spoken down to me and said, we know things that you don't know. You're an idiot, and you are swimming in waters that you don't understand. And the attempt is to dismiss me and to demean me and to tell me to run away. And they're invariably idiots in that respect.
1973 Arab-Israeli war. He also undertook a kind of a secretive mission that I don't think Tannenhouse really gets to the bottom of, um, to go to South America and sort of figure out what was going on with Salvador Allende's government in Chile. And finally, he happened to know from his from his CIA days, E. Howard Hunt, who was one of the Watergate burglars. So he had a rather interesting perspective on Watergate when Nixon wound up embroiled in that scandal. But I would say that in the 70s he was kind of starting to become disengaged in politics. You might call that the high watermark of his magazine. I would say it really came when Reagan got elected, and
Right.
in the 1980s.
So the Watergate crisis and the Iran-Contra crisis, never forget what was attempted here, right? Both of these events were placed into sacred space, that somehow some transcendent evil had been conducted. And so these events were discussed as occurring outside of history, that the players, that their self-interest was not discussed, that they were just noble seekers of the truth and justice and trying to perform rites of purity to cleanse the American body politic. And we had these rites taking place on nationally televised hearings, and the left and the institutions pulled off this con with regard to Watergate, because Watergate was never spoken about in terms of conflicting interests, and different people with power had different interests, and they were acting in their own interests, and these interests would collide. Right? The normal clash of powers that constitute politics was not discussed with regard to Watergate. Once it became a sacred event, then the left tried to sacralize Iran-Contra and didn't quite succeed, but you saw that they tried to attempt this as some colossal impurity on the American body politic. You saw the same attempt with the various impeachments of Donald Trump, the hushed tones, the reverential, nationally televised hearings, that the American body politic had been sullied, and the major players who were prosecuting this impurification were presented as just self-interested servants of the truth, wanted to cleanse unrighteousness from America. It was a scam then. It will be a scam that will be perpetuated again. So watch out whenever you see the political removed from the realm of the political and instead presented as a morality play. Right, you're getting conned.
And what National Review wrote was assumed to be read in the White House, and that was really the only time that was true. And so I think that it really, I think that the 80s was the culmination of his life.
Influence, but I see that as the beginning of the end, not of his life. You make the very good point that he ultimately devoted the final decades of his life to, I guess, to living well. So I don't want to be pejorative, but it's the beginning of the end in the sense that the elan of standing athwart history, to pick at the conceits of the ruling ideologies, to be able to mock.
So the dominant discourse and what we hear from our most elite universities sounds super rational. But when you examine some of it, it is just so incredibly irrational, anti-empirical, and stupid. So this is the dominant view on human nature from our elites, that we are built for peaceful and selfless cooperation, that competition and conflicts are the the product of reactionary and regressive social orders. They're primitive, they're medieval. We're naturally aligned to be free of such instincts, that we're all basically the same. We all have the same capabilities. That if status hierarchy and inequalities arise, this has absolutely no relationship to innate human differences. Human mind is just a blank slate. It's receptive to whatever socialization and acculturation it undergoes. So we can create a social order, that whatever we want. We can create people and frame people and create a culture and an order that is egalitarian and free of competition and conflict. And so we can have unlimited amounts of social progress. We can become increasingly cooperative and egalitarian under elite rule. Now, this is just pure nonsense, right? We are naturally, like other forms of life, interested in our own reproduction and the viability of our own offspring. We are typically self-interested, so probably 95% selfish is, I suspect, about the average. That our self-interest extends beyond just ourselves, right, to those who are kin or to those who are allied with our kin. That we usually feel more ready to sacrifice to those who are closer to us genetically than those people who are more distantly related. Right? There is kin selection. We are willing to cooperate because that is usually a good strategy to navigate life. And we cooperate because we have reasonable expectation that our good deeds will be repaid by those who are in our in-group. And it's important to have a good moral reputation within your in-group so other people help you out and you don't get cast out. And every group needs a hero system, a moral system for regulating people. And people naturally normally live in groups, in tribes, in extended families. And particularly selfish behavior may bring advantage to an individual, but in the long haul, right, other members of your group and your family will not cooperate or help you out. So it becomes very quickly a maladaptive strategy. So from a naturalistic perspective, and therefore from a paleo-con perspective, hierarchy and status inequality are simply inevitable. That different people have different gifts, and we shouldn't get too hung up on hierarchy and inequality because it is simply built into life. And if you just look at scientific studies, the distribution of traits and attributes in the human population, you see that the distribution of various gifts is quite unequal. And people who are the best looking, the most intelligent, the most skilled, right, they tend to stay on top. And good looking parents tend to produce good looking children. Musically gifted parents tend to give birth to musically gifted children. Smart parents tend to reproduce smart kids. Athletic parents tend to produce athletic kids. And that completely goes against the dominant ethos coming from our elite.
And you can't do that when you're triumphant and you have essentially a 12-term presidency that, you know, is implementing your ideas. You know, I mean, a 12-year, not 12-term. I mean, I always think of Reagan, which HW as the third term of the Reagan presidency. He was his own man, but it's of a piece. And so I always think that's the beginning of the end, in the sense that, you know, it just winds up. How do you do that? How if your public persona with those crazy sesquipedalian words and that accent, it all played into, you said, this performing ideologue personality, and part of its appeal was that it was the right wing version of you know the left wing radicals.
Right, Buckley spoke with this absurd Oxford English tinted accent that he adopted. One of the most perceptive writers on matters of crime in particular is Heather McDonald at the Manhattan Institute. And she was quite a Trump skeptic, but she's perfectly willing to criticize Trump. Often she still does it, but she also is praising Trump's defense of the rule of law. And she's calling out California for its cradle-to-grave welfare subsidies for illegal aliens, its widespread sanctuary policies. And what type of people do you then attract with those policies, right? You don't attract the best and the brightest, right? When Mexico sends us its people, right, they're not sending us their best. They're sending drug dealers, they're sending murderers, they're sending rapists, and some, I assume, are good people. So Californian policies encourage immigration of bad hombres and people with a sense of entitlement. And when you tolerate lawlessness in one sphere of life, right, you get more of it in other spheres of life. And our dominant politicians in California take it as a given that immigration enforcement has no right to make immigration arrests at or around workplaces. This is like no workplace enforcement principle, just made up out of thin air. And the mainstream media denounces any hint of enforcement in the interior of the country because apparently the mere possibility of being picked up by immigration enforcement makes the illegal immigrant community fearful. Right, the entitlement to be free from any concern that you might be deported is supposedly some holy entitlement. Right? California is ground zero for toleration of crime and disorder. We got bad hombres and vagrants ruling the streets in many parts of Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Diego, and other cities. Right? We've got all sorts of bad hombres taking over streets and looting and just terrible behavior. And so good on Trump for saying, no, we need to do something about this. And I think what Trump is doing in Washington, D.C. is fantastic. He's cleaning up the crime in Washington, D.C. And I want to see this type of law enforcement spread throughout America as much as possible. And Heather McDonald has signed on to that. I'm signing on to that. I support it. I think it's great. Now, the experts will tell you, according to the mainstream media, that this can't possibly work. Remember that 99% of these experts, these criminologists, are on the left
of the time period. And it had a kind of frisson. And it doesn't, you lose that by 1985 and certainly by 1990. And then you point out that as the Reagan era ends, Buckley winds up being just sort of not the issues that people like Pat Buchanan and Joe Sobran began to foreground in the early 90s at the beginning of globalization, and he just seemed insensitive to those issues, not recognizing that that was where, if you wanted to remain a kind of on the, if you will, the edge of conservative, just outside of what is permitted in polite company.
Well, now you get to, I think, the real heart of Buckley's problem. Now, from very early on, when he was at Yale as a debater, people remarked that he sometimes lost interest in the nitty-gritty of politics. He was a very cultured person. He hadn't read everything or anything, but he kind of
he had an abiding interest in his own self-promotion, right? He lost interest in the more picayune parts of this or that. He wasn't willing to work that hard, but he never lost interest in self-promotion. That was an immense source of fascination to him. So Heather McDonald's also written a terrific essay here, Trump versus Big Science. Have you heard the claim that the Trump administration might push the National Science Foundation to fund research with an ideological bent? Now, surely you recognize that National Science Foundation has been funding ideologically driven research for years, that the people who control this funding are overwhelmingly on the left. And they're not funding things on the basis of merit, right? They do so much funding on the basis of a particular vision of racial victimhood. And they've got all these diversity metrics. And they are trying to approve and oversee and hand off grants to disproportionately minorities, claiming how racially oppressed minorities are, particularly minority women. And much of the funding is just for pure nonsense. Right, so we have one project here, learning from Black intellectualism, broadening epistemic foundations in engineering education to empower black students and faculty. So it ignores reality. Right now, there is a problem, and it's not an eternal, universal, global problem. There, I think, in England, that often African immigrants consistently have better test scores than native whites in certain public schools, or maybe in the majority of public schools. But in America, right now, blacks on average have rock bottom math skills. Right? There is a massive skills gap. That's what's causing black underrepresentation in engineering. It's not whiteness. It's not a culture of racism. It's not epistemic violence. Right? The number of black 12th graders who are advanced in math nationwide is a statistical 0. 60% of black 12th graders do not possess even basic 12th grade math skills. The average black score on the math SAT is 440 on an 800-point scale compared to the average Asian score of 629. The average Black and Latino who gets into medical school does it with lower test scores than the average white and Asian who is rejected from medical school. And so we have a National Science Foundation that loves to fund research and grants that place all responsibility for black and minority problems on evil white people. But now that Trump's taken over, this minority grievance is no longer getting subsidized.
He had very good taste. He had very broad interests, and he wasn't really easily going to be confined to sort of, like reading over the fine print of a 200-page congressional bill. That was not what he was going to do. But there was a bigger problem, I think, and that is when he was growing up, as we say, he was introduced to conservatism by this, rich, world-traveling, highly well-read, music-loving, rhetorically accomplished father who was telling him, as we were saying, that, sometimes the common people have to be kept in line. And so I think Buckley thought of himself as a defender of elite standards throughout his life. And he didn't really re-examine what American conservatism was becoming, even as it began to take on kind of demotic elements in the Goldwater and Nixon eras. And so he wound up at some point, and I think it was in the 70s or no, it's probably in the 80s under Reagan. At some point, at any rate, he had it figured out by 1992. But at some point, he kind of woke up and he looked around and he thought that, he suddenly realized that this elite movement that he thought he was leading was not an elite movement at all. It was actually an anti-elite movement. It was a movement of the common people. And it didn't really have the sort of like Oxonian accent shtick didn't really fit very well with that movement. And his true friends were the people that he skied with in Europe or that he sailed with in Long Island Sound. And, the people he spent time with in the last decade of his life is, John Kenneth Galbraith was possibly his, best friend. He spent a lot.
It's interesting. Who is Donald Trump's best friend? Right, it's probably Vince McMahon. But Donald Trump doesn't exactly cultivate friendship like William F. Buckley. Luke is a hamster. He disappears into his hive to get some nuts and some crackers, then he gets back on his hamster wheel. Problem with paleocons is that they are not revolutionary. They just try to slow down the left, says the chat. Well, I was reading Chronicles magazine before the show. A lot of common sense on there. And I subscribe to this. Take down the tent cities, right? One step for fixing the homeless problem is refuse to allow the homeless to occupy the public square. Right? They do not have a constitutional right to inflict misery on the public. Right? We need to stop coddling and incentivizing this awful antisocial behavior.
A lot of time with Ted Kennedy, David Niven, people who jet set it around, the East Coast and Europe and had good taste. And that was him. He spent, a couple of months of every year in Gstaad skiing in Switzerland. And, he always worked very hard, but he was coming kind of disconnected from, the life of, the hurly-burly of American politics, certainly.
So he was not actually that interested in power.
No, I
I mean,
wouldn't say
that's
so.
really very I never thought of that. But as you were recounting that turn, that at the very moment when the reins of power were, if you will, given to what I would call the National Review agenda in the Reagan era, uh, he lost interest. And
Yeah.
because other
Yeah.
people were very happy.
He lost interest in pretty much anything that wasn't primarily about Bill Buckley. So you may have heard in the news that there is tremendous risk of the Trump administration defying courts, perhaps even defying the Supreme Court. And Adrian Vermeule is a conservative legal scholar. He writes in the New York Times. There have been all these legal scholars and political writers wrestling with one particular preoccupation. What if Donald Trump defies court orders? But there are many examples right now of defiance of court orders and defiance of the Supreme Court, but it's not coming from the Trump administration. Right? It's coming from lower court mutinies against the Supreme Court. We have all these district court judges and appellate courts defying the orders of the United States Supreme Court and engaging in malicious compliance and evasion of those orders in transparent bad faith. So that doesn't get very much attention. Some good news in the Wall Street Journal. Populist right-wing parties lead polls in Europe's biggest economies. France, England, Germany, right? You got the populists and the right wing who are leading the polls. Why? Because the conventional politics has not done a very good job wrestling with reality. And if the conventional won't get it done, then the dissident will rise to power.
To ride that. I mean, if the common man wants to give me the reins of power,
Yeah,
that's
right.
Long live the common man.
That's right.
And if
Yeah,
saying demotic and things are
It
necessary,
speaks well of him in a way, doesn't it?
yeah, it does. It's interesting, this complicated motives in his life and his aspirations for what kind of life he wanted to live. That is very interesting. Well, let's pivot to some of the larger themes that I think really come out in the review and they're worth talking about. You make a passing comment in the review about the dialectical nature of a progressive era. Let me see if I can find this. And the suggestion here is that the more progressive and planned a society becomes, the more need it has to win over public opinion, which is generally not progressive at all. So rhetorical conservatism bubbles up, even in a progressive era, perhaps especially then, because progressives require something to pit against actual conservatism.
Yeah.
Let's unpack that. So the little suggestion here is that, and then you point out this creates considerable.
Yeah, shocking. Rhetoric doesn't match reality almost ever. So there's a new biography of James Burnham out, and working with Kevin Michael Grace a few years ago, I was just constantly hearing him invoke James Burnham. And James Burnham died, I think, around 1985, and his stature grew in the early 1990s when I think there was a book or two about him that portrayed him as a key founding figure in neoconservatism. And then his status fell and disappeared, and now we've got a new book out, James Burnham, an intellectual biography. Now he is portrayed as a key figure in paleoconservatism. So there is reason to connect James Burnham to the neocons because he was quite interventionist. He supported the Vietnam War, and of course he was stupid and foolish for that. But he also has a substantial connection to paleocons and to America First populism. So one thing that James Burnham has in common with most conservative intellectuals is that the things he said publicly about race were much nicer than the things he'd say privately. Right? Privately, he would despair and think that the black-white conflict in the United States was going to destroy the country. So conservatives often say the most anodyne and nice things publicly on the matter of race, but what they will confess to you privately is much darker. So there is a strong link between James Burnham and the Paleo-Cons. Particularly Sam Francis was a student of James Burnham. Francis was inspired by Burnham's works, The Managerial Revolution, the most important book that Burnham wrote. It was in 1941. The Machiavellians, I think that came out in 43. Suicide of the West came out around 1961. And so Sam Francis considered James Burnham a paleo-conservative like himself. So he was realistic, he was race realistic, he recognized the selfish dimension of human nature, and he was a supporter of traditional ways of organizing families and societies, and was quite skeptical of liberal universalism and technocratic management. So when the United States was getting ready to remove Saddam Hussein from Kuwait in 1991, we had Sam Francis writing about middle American radicals, right? So in 1991, Sam Francis thought that democracy was an illusion because we have an American ruling elite and middle Americans are being excluded from meaningful political participation. And this group is disproportionately white and middle class and working class, and they feel increasingly powerless as American policy becomes increasingly elite and expert-driven and globalist and hostile to their traditional mores and traditional ways of life. So Irving Kristol and Robert Kagan would use James Burnham's ideas to justify a more aggressive, more internationalist, and more neoconservative U.S. foreign policy. At the same time, those blokes were pushing in that direction. Sam Francis was demanding an America First approach, that America should put its own social cohesion, social well-being, social safety, and social dignity above international intervention and humanitarian ideals. Then this perspective was taken up by Pat Buchanan, and then this worldview would be passed on to Donald Trump. So much of Trumpism, according to this new book, you can find the intellectual foundations for it in the writings of Sam Francis and James Burnham.
Dissension among conservatives, not to mention a lot of bad intellectual incentives. In other words, to become a part of the controlled opposition rather than the actual opposition.
That's exactly right. That's what I meant. I'm glad you see that.
How did?
Yes, James Burnham was a terrific writer. I have read several of his books, but not The Managerial Revolution.
Are there any sort of episodes or detailed, any kind of emblematic illustrations of that dynamic in the post-war
Yes.
era?
Yes, Buckley thought that the sort of the patriotism that FDR, the foreign policy hero, unleashed really made FDR, the let's just say the proprietor of a lot of conservative sentiment in the country, and so you had this image of the the patriotic veteran who's in a trade union, and it's a kind of a conservative ideal, but it's also the bulwark of the New Deal. And he really had kind of run the table. And then Buckley looked at someone like Eisenhower, a war hero, more intellectual than he now gets credit for. A desegregator of schools in the South, a very cautious person when it comes to intervening against the Soviet Union in Hungary in 1956, and he looks at Eisenhower as someone who has sort of, let's say, colluded in this fiction, in Buckley's view, that the Democratic Party can sort of respect a conservative vision of the United States.
So in the 1950s into the 1970s, the National Review consistently pushed white interests, states' rights, the Southern view on segregation. But when that became increasingly socially unacceptable, Buckley pivoted away. It's interesting to revisit Bill Buckley's own arguments against civil rights. I mean, they were preposterous. right? They were weak. He would say, as long as there's a risk of one black vote tipping an election against civilization, right, blacks on the whole must be denied the right to vote because any vote could be that vote, right? Very weak argument. You could say the same about whites or anyone. Bill Buckley became known as the great excommunicator, right? When there were various factions of the right that became inconvenient for him or threatened to outcompete his movement for money and power, he would try to excommunicate them, such as the Birches. And Bill Buckley would routinely steal from his writers, right? He would publish very smart people, and he would steal many of their ideas without attribution before they were ever published in National Review. He never managed to write his magnum opus, right? He wanted to call it the Revolt Against the Masses. But Buckley would get bored with politics and with hard work, right? He was a show pony. So his understanding of conservatism was that it supported hierarchy and aristocratic rule, but he recognized that was not popular, so he would present conservatism as libertarian and as individualist. Right, he became famous for saying he'd rather be governed by the first 2,000 names in the Boston phone book rather than by the Harvard faculty, but he didn't believe that. He didn't believe any such thing. Right? Buckley was continually saying things that he didn't believe. He would say things on the basis of what would get attention. So how would Bill Buckley have reacted to Donald Trump? He would have been a resolute opponent. He would have been horrified by Donald Trump. Right? So Buckley wasn't particularly rooted in reality, right? He thought that he was rallying the people behind his banner of aristocratic rule, but the people who most supported him were the populists, right? So Buckley realized he could not lead the masses in a revolt against the masses. He recognized that the Southern strategy was the winning political strategy, but these poor whites were not Bill Buckley's people. They made him uncomfortable. The only newspaper that Bill Buckley read and took seriously was the New York Times.
Well, yeah, so supposedly Reagan overturns that. And I remember when he was elected, there was a lot of weeping and crying, nothing compared to 2016, of course. But
Buckley felt that. Buckley very strongly felt that, and he said there is a he said in an interview just days after Reagan was elected that there's something just bracing and exhilarating about having as our president this person whose name the elites of Manhattan couldn't bring themselves to pronounce, a few days ago.
The big book that he planned, which I did not know about, and the title of which sort of took me aback, is Revolt Against the Masses, playing off Ortega y Gasset's Revolt of the Masses.
So Bill Buckley was like the Nick Fuentes of his time. Good tweet here. Every day Nick Fuentes wakes up hoping that his reactionary movement is comprised of intellectual aristocratic fascists. And every day he has to contend with the reality that they are illiterate, racist peasants.
Silence sent $10. Bro's coming for all of it.
Did you like that? I'm just aura farming with these like
Slavs take jobs sent $25. According to Europa, Joseph Stalin was a Georgian Jew. He and his wife spoke fluent Yiddish with his kids. There was a Jewish history museum in LA that acknowledges that Stalin was in fact a Jew, who changed his name. Gugosvili is Jew in Russian.
That's not real. His name is Jugashvili. It does not mean Jew. That is not real. That is a Georgian name. There is no evidence that he's a Georgian Jew. That is fucking made up. His wife, I don't know if the wife spoke Yiddish, but he's not a Jew. That is completely fake. He was getting ready to purge the Jews before he died. It was called the Doctor's Plot. So that's just, there's no evidence of this. He had Georgian features. He had a Georgian name. He is from Georgia. He went to a seminary, idiot. He went to an East Orthodox seminary, which he dropped out of in 1894. He was not Jewish. You fucking people will just believe anything. It's honestly...
Kathy sent $100. Nick, incredible man you are.
Back to Christopher Caldwell.
Masses.
Yes. Well, Buckley
This speaks to he was really, at the end of the day, an old-fashioned conservative hierarchy and authority.
That's
You know,
right.
there's a
And
kind of
that's
Joseph de Maistre quality.
exactly.
It's not, classical liberalism, uh, you know, if you will. You know what I'm
No, it
saying?
isn't. Although, his father, his father had a lot of money. And so Buckley was ready to defend the interests of money as a young man. And then, as soon as his father died, which caused a lot of financial hardship for Buckley's siblings, but Buckley was able to earn a ton of money. And Buckley earned so much money. It's really unbelievable. Tannenhouse makes a point that Buckley was earning $2 or $3 million a year in the 1970s.
All right, let's get back to Christopher Caldwell here speaking to Tucker.
Silence sent $10.
Whoops. No, that's not the one. Here we go.
About exiting those agreements and to not just talk. I mean, this is the sort of thing that whenever it's brought up in a Western country, it's described as extreme right wing and fascist and that kind of thing. It's not just being talked about in England. It's being talked about by, I would say, the three main forces on the English right, which are Nigel Farage, who's in the Reform Party, Kemi Badenoch, who is the leader of the Conservative Party, and Robert Jenrick, who's the main sort of like radical, let's just say, the conservative alternative within the Conservative Party. All of them are talking about getting Britain out of the European Convention of Human Rights to the extent where you think if there is ever a conservative government again, it will happen. I mean, it's no less believable than Brexit was before Brexit happened.
You probably heard about sleep. Lots of people are
So I was just reading Christopher Caldwell's latest output today, and a few months ago he wrote a piece, "The Shot That Changed America," talking about the assassination attempt on Donald Trump and the amazing pictures that came from it. And he notes that if Republicans, for now, appear to be better than Democrats at this myth-making, half a century of government by experts is probably responsible. Republicans have a fair claim to represent the uncredentialed masses who are not at the table when the rules were drafted. Democrats are inclined to work the regulations and the technicalities, not the most mytho-poetic part of any constitutional order. And then he's got another piece on how the Catholic Church has, for a century or more, been a haven for gays. Right, for decades before Vatican II, which was circa 1960, the Catholic Church has been a haven for the homosexually inclined. Right? Not for pedophiles, but about a sixth of priests were homosexually inclined, and they would form their own mafias, so to speak. And it wasn't really a problem until the culture outside the church changed. So the church may not have even known that it was welcoming a disproportionate number of homosexually inclined men. And this was stable until it wasn't, right? The church, without any risk of disorder, could be the most tolerant of institutions towards men who were homosexually inclined, but only if the wider society did not echo that tolerance. So as long as the zeitgeist, the folkways, and the penal code were homophobic, then the church could reap the wondrous windfall of gay intelligence, empathy, and artistic talent without any worry that it might compromise church teachings on sex. So the church could have a regime of celibacy, and this could be a gift to homosexually inclined men who would take it on. They could conceal their homosexuality from their parents and from other people, and they could stand before society as moral exemplars rather than as social outcasts. But when society became tolerant and affirming and celebrating of same-sex sex, the church now had a problem. Right? Now its teachings on sex were not a gift. Right? They were oppression. And then we have this whole generation of priests who enter the church who are homosexually inclined, but they now feel like they need to act out on their new sexual identity which has caused a little bit of bother for the Roman Catholic Church over the past few decades, as I understand it.
This is an extraordinary anthropological moment. It's like
I've never heard of anything like that happening.
Well, there were have been a couple of examples of what the German paleo historians call Völkerwanderung, movements of peoples, where people move off the steppes in Asia and into Western Europe, and then they that's how we got our our Indo-European languages.
Yes.
And there's movements down through Greece and onto the Minoan area. I don't know exactly when it was, about 1,000 or 2,000 BC.
Russians and the Finns have kind of Asiatic eyes.
I don't know what happened when, but occasionally there are these huge movements of population. This one's a little bit different because it's enabled by technology. So it's not contiguous peoples sort of like pushing against one another. I mean, it's sort of people who are brought by boat and by airplane. But in terms of its importance, it's a major.
But I guess what I'm saying is the reason it's unprecedented. I mean, Genghis Khan, rolled over and impregnated thousands of people, but I don't think those people's leaders asked him to come and impregnate their wives. This is like the only invasion I've ever seen that was been bidden by the leaders of the countries that have been invaded. Like, come and invade us.
It's not like they were begging for it, but they sort of created a climate of permissiveness, that which people took advantage of, and it's I think what you're getting at is, what was the psychological state of Europeans between 1945 when they started doing this?
Yes.
And today that made this possible.
That's exactly the question, and I don't understand it.
And it's a funny thing because you and I have lived through the deepest part of that transformation, and it's still kind of a mystery to us. So if anyone's...
So you may be stunned, 40, how does a show with such intellectual depth as your own only have 13 live viewers right now? Well, social media does not always primarily reward merit, right? It often rewards BS, not just social media, but the academy, right? We have many of our most celebrated scientists who push nonsense, right? Sean Carroll, physicist, who is praised to no end by the lefties on Decoding the Gurus, right? In a recent podcast, he fawned all over Ellen Langer, Harvard psychology professor who made wildly ridiculous claims about mind-body healing. Sean Carroll also pushed the ridiculous claims by Robert Sapolsky, right? A Stanford biology professor who's notorious for relying on bogus science and just beloved by the media. Just Robert Sapolsky, pushed by YouTube, pushed by the media, and very lousy epistemics. All right, this is Andrew Gelman on his blog. So there are all these academic science superstars, one from Harvard, one from Stanford, who get featured and promoted uncritically by the news media, and these people are just pushing pure nonsense. So why does this happen? And Gelman says, happens because people get invested in the scientist as a hero narrative. So these celebrity scientists have great stories to tell. People who have great stories to tell usually are not optimizing for truth. You can usually tell a more compelling story if you are not limited by that which is true. Once you have a podcast, it's normal, natural to want more listeners. And you get more listeners by telling good stories. And the truth gets in the way, telling a good story. And it's easy to outsource your judgment about what's important to the academic community, to peer review, to NPR, to TED Talks, right? So you've got a decorated professor who's praised in the media, and he works at a top university, and he publishes papers in top journals, and he gets top publicity, right? That must mean he optimizes for truth? No. Right? You can get a lot of status and funding and applause pushing absolute nonsense.
Democrats watching this 100 years from now, I hope they can see how confused we in fact were. But I mean, I think that in the wake of World War II, something happened in the middle of the 20th century, and it's really tough to say what it was. It might be a coming to consciousness of, after the horrors of the two world wars. It's like, you don't want to, this is maybe too moralistic an explanation, but, people began to understand that there were bad things could happen if you were too judgmental about other peoples or inimical. But there are other factors, such as just the technological factors, the visibility of alternative places to live through.
So I'm struck by the news media coverage of the 20th anniversary of Katrina. I have never seen a more pathetic bunch of Americans than the people of New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. They overwhelmingly seem to either sit around waiting for other people to rescue them, or they're actively engaged in horrible crimes. Just awful, awful people. Now, some, no doubt, are good people, but many of the ones that I saw on TV were unimpressive. And the New York Times coverage and elite media coverage of the 20th anniversary of Katrina just strikes me as weird. So we've got the New York Times here. 20 years after Katrina, New Orleans is at a tipping point. The city has taken pride in its ability to endure, but many residents, fed up with dysfunction and soaring costs, wanted to strive for more. It's like patting it on the head and giving it a participation trophy. Right? We have poured nationally $140 billion into New Orleans, and it's just disappeared down a black hole. And even Grok agrees with me here that the New York Times headline and subhead framed New Orleans in a patronizing way, that the city is being patted on the back for simply surviving, while being nudged to do better, right? It's this weird mixture of sympathy and judgment, right? The resilience is noble, but it's not enough, and somehow the dysfunction is a choice, right? When I looked at the coverage of Katrina, the last thing that I saw was resilience, right? I saw a bunch of people sitting around and complaining. I saw people getting on rooftops and shooting each other. It was not impressive to me.
Through television.
Oh, who was impressive? I remember 10, 15 years ago, there were a bunch of fires in San Diego and people rallied around and looked after each other, right? That was impressive.
And that I think the technological are is, and the fact of easy travel through airplanes, and the fact that the telephone, the television, and finally the internet enable you to go someplace without being cut off from your ancestral homeland. So it makes the decision to travel abroad much lower stakes. I mean, the people who came to the United States in the 19th century from Sicily, they were gone. They got on, for the most part. They
never saw their people again.
Yeah. Well, in fact, in the Italian migration, a lot of them did go back, but it was in general, it was a big decision. In the case of the Irish, I think they were usually here for good. Anyhow, I think it's a combination of,
I don't want to scare you, but I need to warn you. Wall Street Journal, in Trump's second term, a bolder president charges ahead unchecked. Gosh, guys, I am pretty shocked that Donald Trump is pushing back at institutions that pushed against him and tried to jail him for life. Pretty shocked that Donald Trump would want to push back against that. Right, all this coverage of Trump going up against the institutions doesn't tend to mention that the institutions did everything that they could to hurt Trump.
At the level of statesman, I think it's a discomfort with any kind of expression of hostility or lack of hospitality towards other peoples. But at the operational level of the individual migrants, I think technology had a lot to do with it.
It's impossible, but I mean, yeah, technology for sure. But I don't know, Victorian England had the ability to move people around the world, to control, the world's biggest navy and all that. And it would have been unimaginable. They didn't want millions of non-English living in England because they were proud of England and they thought it was distinctly English. And they thought, I guess what I'm getting at is, it's so strange to me that the self-confidence of Western Europe collapsed after winning the war. I think that's so, Germany's a different case, but I mean, Britain.
Okay, big news here. Joseph Castro, right? First person of color to lead California State University, dies at age 58. Look at this brave, pioneering person of color, right? He's whiter than I am, probably has more European ancestry as I am. But in the peculiar worldview of our dominant media elite, he is a person of color and some brave advocate for equality. What a sterling example of a person of color.
France, Spain, Portugal. I mean, these are all countries that had nothing to be ashamed of from my perspective, certainly England and France. Why did they lose confidence in themselves after winning?
Oh, that's a sort of complex question. I'm not sure I agree that these countries had, I mean, they were all in very different positions. I
Right.
mean, Germany, Austria, and Italy were the defeated powers and the malefactors in the war.
Right.
France had collaborated, part of France had collaborated, and there was a tremendous amount of soul searching, and there was a tremendous amount of guilt. Spain and Portugal had kind of resolved their own civil war in the 1930s, and they were kind of out of the picture.
Yep.
It would seem that Britain had a record that it could really be proud of, but it was dismantling an empire. And so the two main victorious the main victorious powers were the United States, Britain, and Russia. Russia was communist and had its own project to propagandize. But the United States and Britain, they also had reasons for self-examination. There was, I think there was plenty of triumphalism after the Second World War. It's a very tough thing to read. I think that the America I grew up in was really quite proud of its role in the Second World
That's
War.
what I remember.
Even as it was re-examining its own history, of racism and slavery and even the settlement and the wipeout of the Indians, So it was a mix of impulses. So I'm not sure that.
I asked ChatGPT to tell me about the New York Times newsroom on the night that Donald Trump won the 2016 presidential election. So friends of friends told me that their friends in the New York Times, right, journalists there were crying, right? They were crying when they were trembling, right? They were frightened, scared, devastated. How is this happening? We had every projection saying that Clinton wins. As a senior editor, right, a reporter. I can't believe we're pivoting again. This is uncharted territory, right? People are hugging, crying quietly. One staffer, there goes the election needle and our confidence. I sometimes watch back election night coverage from 2016 or 2024 just for the Schadenfreude.
That they were, I'm not sure these countries were as self-doubting as we think.
Well, the effect was to just collapse. I mean, especially in the case of the UK. So is there any getting back to what it was even 35, 40 years ago?
It's funny. I heard a member of the Reform Party saying that what people really long for in England is a return to the status quo anti-Tony Blair. That is, Britain had a lot of migration. There was one wave in the 40s and 50s. There is another one that kind of coincided with the beginnings of our latest wave, which has gone on unabated. But they had a wave in the 70s and 80s, the British did. But the biggest one was intentionally started by Tony Blair. And this one member of the Reform Party says, if we could just go back to the status quo anti-Blair, that would be fine. That was only 30 years ago. But in fact, the amount of change has been so tremendous. And it's not just that the numerator of migration is changed. It's also that the denominator of the total population of Britain has changed. That is, Britain is a very, very slow growing demographic. So they're not really producing a lot of new children. And so a disproportionately large amount of the British people in years to come are going to be the product of immigration. So no, I don't see any in general, there's no.
So one of my favorite books that I've read over the past 2 weeks is called Overblown: How Politicians and the Terrorism Industry Inflate National Security Threats and Why We Believe Them. And well, may you ask, do these con men, professional liars, and hysterics who dominate our public life feel any shame? Do they ever get embarrassed? Why doesn't polite society shun them? Why doesn't the blob, the foreign policy establishment, cast them out? Why do universities honor these people? Right, this is a 2006 book here by international relations professor John Mueller. Right? No, they don't feel any shame. I asked ChatGPT these questions. They're not shunned. Right? The foreign policy establishment does not cast them out because overestimating risk is not a bad thing, right? It gets funding. So why does our system protect these hysterical alarmists? Media economics, right? Hysteria bleeds, it leads, right? Terror compels attention. There are bureaucratic incentives. You can get funding, right? You can get power and status by lying about threats, right? Robert Mueller rose to power, lying about the threat of terrorism. So you had thousands of people who were incentivized to promote hysteria, and they haven't paid any price, right? The boosters of the 2001 invasion of Afghanistan and the 2003 invasion of Iraq, they haven't paid any price. The skeptics, they paid costs in real time. They got fired, they got shunned, they got very little reward. So not many people paid a price for being so wrong. Not many people were rewarded for being right. So who were the con artists who scammed America with overblown hysteria about the threat of terrorism, right? George W. Bush, he made the war on terror a central part of his administration, and his approval rating soared with every terror alert during his early years, and he got reelected pushing hysteria. Dick Cheney, right, used constant doom and hysterical language to grab more and more power for himself. Donald Rumsfeld, he hyped up weapons of mass destruction and known unknowns. Richard Myers, Joint Chiefs, said 10,000 deaths from terrorism would do away with our way of life. Karl Rove, he used terror as a campaign centerpiece. Tom Ridge, Homeland Security Secretary, he would preside over color-coded alerts. He would later admit that the White House pressured him to release these alerts. He had all sorts of administration speechwriters, such as David Froome, who got status and power from hyping the threat of terrorism. We got hundreds of billions of dollars wasted to promote the terror hysteria industrial complex. We had Rudy Giuliani getting status by declaring that more 9/11 attacks are inevitable. We have John Kerry insisting that terrorism requires a war footing. Right? He felt he needed to mimic George Bush's hysteria to stay competitive in politics.
Way short of like cataclysmic developments to reverse any of that.
We're sorry to say it, but this is not a very safe country. Walk through Oakland or...
Now, I hear that Stephen J. James is pushing crypto. I am quite skeptical of crypto. I'm not a fan of crypto. I don't think crypto is a good idea for people. I don't think it meets real needs.
We're notoriously insistent on remaining separate in the lands they conquered, and they did dominate. And some places they were able to settle these areas. In other places, like India, they were sent home, after a long period of exploiting the place. But there were other nationalities that tended to colonize by mixing more. And so there's a sort of a mix of cultures becomes possible. The cultures that mixed into what we now think of as, different Latin American cultures were earlier on quite separate. There still is a degree of separation in South.
So I asked ChatGPT, all right, take this 2006 book Overblown and give me 50 blowhards who profited from hysteria about terrorism. So it named the Department of Homeland Security, right, constantly telling us terrorists can strike any place, anytime with any weapon. We had TSA. We'd spend billions of dollars on useless screening, making flying an increasingly miserable experience, so people drove instead, which caused a far higher death toll than the number of dead people on 9/11 itself. We had the FBI issuing paranoid warnings about people carrying almanacs. We had the post office spending $5 billion on a response to anthrax, right? $1 billion per fatality. Right? It was just wildly disproportionate. All right, we spent billions of dollars on air marshals. We had all sorts of hundreds of billions of dollars of pork barrel spending laid out for non-existent threats. Right, we told families to seal their houses with plastic sheets. We had Pentagon planners who were exaggerating rogue state threats. We had state and local police who were diverting resources to counter-terror drills instead of fighting real crime. So real crime went up. Then we had the fear merchants who profited in the news media. Bob Simon of 60 Minutes. He rebuked Michael Moore's factual claim about low terror risk. Marc Bowden wrote of how housewives in Iowa were afraid of Al-Qaeda charging in the door. Charles Krauthammer declaring post 9/11 terror waves were inevitable. Time magazine would hype the phantom proliferators of nukes. Never happened. Right? CNN ran constant threat countdowns because hysteria was ratings gold. All right, we had talk radio shock jocks equating terrorism with Armageddon. We had war journalists treating 9/11 as a parallel to Pearl Harbor. And we had an endless number of terror docudramas amplifying the threat of terror. We had all these academics and think tankers who profited from pushing hysteria. Michael Ignatieff would push hysteria about weapons of mass destruction. Graham Allison, more likely than not, nuclear terror within 10 years. Brian Jenkins forecasted weapons of mass destruction proliferation. Hasn't happened. C.P. Snow, in the 1960s, he was pushing alarmist predictions about nukes everywhere by the 1970s. Warren Buffett, nuclear terror is inevitable. We had all these endless hyping dirty bombs. So people who actually know something tell you if a dirty bomb goes off near you, calmly walk away. We had all these experts hyping bioterror pandemics. We had global ethnic wars that were supposed to break out. We had rogue state alarmists and all these Cold War strategists, right? If we get into a Cold War with China, right, that creates more jobs for Cold War strategists and international relations experts. We had defense contractors, biodefense firms, airport security vendors, lobbyists, security consultants, private trainers, politically connected contractors, surveillance profiteers, alarmist publishers, and the military-industrial complex, right, earning billions of dollars. Right, terrorism kills fewer people than bathtubs, toilets, and bee stings. Overreaction to terror killed far more Americans than terrorists ever did. We wasted about $8 trillion fighting terror that we could have used more effectively elsewhere, right? Terror didn't destroy America. Our own war on terror damaged us.
South America, between these different strains of like the European culture and the native culture of, but I mean, in most of Latin America, you can say that there's such a thing as Brazilian culture. There's such a thing as Mexican culture. And there will be, I trust such a thing as English culture in 50 or 100 years, but it will be a very different thing than the English culture that we recognized over the last 500 years. So it is a rupture. You're right.
What happens to at some point, do the politics get radical?
Well, that I think is
because it makes me feel radical hearing about this.
Well, that I think is what's happening in England now, and it's one of the reasons I went to England, and it's why I think it bears watching in the next few years. They had a huge, they had a lot of riots last summer. I mean, there was.
So one of the professional hysterics who got status and a very nice life from pushing hysteria is Marc Halperin's father. So you'll notice on Marc Halperin's show, he often brings his dad on as this geostrategic international relations expert, right? So he is this professional hysteric posing as an international relations wise man. So his son Marc has been my favorite American political journalist for more than 2 decades, but my esteem for young Marc Halperin does not carry over to his father, who periodically comes on to Marc's show to impart his own special brand of highbrow, high-status hysterics about world events. So his current hysteria is about, we got to stop Vladimir Putin because he's going to take over Europe, right? Putin is so weak, he can't even take over Ukraine, let alone Poland and the rest of Europe. So Morton Halperin, Marc Halperin's father, has a long history of various forms of hysteria. So in 1961, he published an article characterizing the response of the Eisenhower administration to various hysteria about nuclear weapons as complacency, and he called for a strong, vigorous president to overcome bureaucratic and political opposition to the implementation of new, vitally needed nuclear bomb programs, right? Well, the complacency proved to be the more correct response to global military threats and challenges. That John F. Kennedy lied about a nuclear missile gap, right? And that got him elected. He knew he was telling lies. Richard Nixon felt greater fidelity to the truth. And so he was hamstrung because Kennedy would get access to confidential information, but then would lie about a non-existent missile gap, lied himself into power, and Nixon could not call him out for it because this was a matter of confidentiality. So Morton Halperin, he's now a passionate devotee of destruction of the Jewish state. He's a passionate member of the left. So he rose to prominence promoting the non-existent missile gap with the Soviet Union. So he rose to prominence as a warmonger and then found that he'd be better suited on the left. So he's a key part of George Soros and his Open Society Foundation. He's a key part of J Street, the leading Jewish organization against the Jewish state. And so you'll see this with a lot of people, right? Particularly who is passionate about human rights. It's overwhelmingly people who were once Marxists and communists and socialists, but then became disillusioned with Marxism, communism, and socialism. And so they needed some new political, ideological crusade to make them feel important and righteous. And so they latch onto human rights, which even though it doesn't make a positive difference in the world, at least it feels good. So a lot of Morton Halperins out there, people who are passionate devotees of one form of nonsense, and then they become discredited, so they then pivot to the moral arena. So instead of the mundane challenges of balancing budgets, building alliances, creating appropriate levels of deterrence, they instead become enraptured by the struggle for global human rights, right? So they get to retain their righteousness, their urgency, and their moral authority and their status as they leave hard power debates. So Morton Halperin made a complete fool of himself when it came to the non-existent nuclear missile gap and reality and hard power. So 1961, he demands a vigorous president to escalate nuclear bomb spending against phantom, non-existent Soviet threats. And being in reality and moderate, he condemned as complacency. So he later rebrands again. This time he insists that America must never act alone overseas, Right? America must never intervene in its own interests overseas without UN approval. Right? Any deviation from UN-centered multilateralism was irresponsible. Right? And then he joins the Open Society Foundation, J Street, other platforms. He's now all about global human rights, democracy promotion, right? And the style is always the same, urgent, framing moderation as reckless, presenting his own prescription as vitally needed, always inflating the stakes. Whatever his crusade is, he's inflating the stakes. Right now, it's the threat of Vladimir Putin, right? It's an existential threat. There's always the moral urgency behind everything he's saying. Any compromise is dangerous, right? President Eisenhower was complacent, right? Unilateral U.S. action in its own interest, that's reckless. Caution towards Putin, that's naive. So when he loses credibility in one sphere, he simply switches to a different sphere. But the same emotional rhetorical energy is displayed, right? The battlefield shifts from nuclear bombs and tanks and missiles to courts and NGOs and UN votes. But the language of emergency stays the same. So Marc Halperin's father, Morton Halperin, he built his career on hysteria and on moral crusades dramatically removed from reality. And the human rights crusade is a wonderful substitute for politics because you get to feel noble and you get to avoid inconvenient parts of reality. So one of the most important philosophical books of the past 20 years was published by Charles Taylor in 2007 called A Secular Age.
For many people in a modern secular world, there's a great nostalgia to return to a time of spiritual consensus and religious vividness in which there is an evidence and clarity of common spiritual enlightenment that all of society perceives. You see this, for instance, in religious conservatives who often seek to mobilize society to return to some period, some lost period, it is thought, of religious right-orderedness. In Catholic reactionaries, sometimes this takes the form of a nostalgia for a picture image of the medieval age. In Protestant and Catholic conservatives, it also sometimes takes the image of some period earlier in the 20th century, or perhaps the 19th century, or perhaps before the French Revolution, when everything was said to be aright within society. And yet Charles Taylor, the philosopher and social theorist, holds that religious conservatives are wrong to hold this kind of a view that you can return, because everyone is secular today in the sense that we've all taken on a social imaginary that he calls the immanent frame. We have helped together build a sense of the meaning of the world, which Taylor tries to capture in this term of his, the immanent frame. The immanent frame is a modern social imaginary that replaced the medieval, cosmically spiritual, spooky, magic, enchanted system of nature with a way of perceiving and being in the world which makes it possible to bracket or shave off spiritual dimensions and agencies. The immanent frame is a way of perceiving and being in the world which makes it possible to bracket or shave off spiritual dimensions and agencies. They can even appear, Taylor says, as an optional extra. This is partly, yes, a Newtonian grid or system of material objects. Newtonian notions of time as homogeneous sequence of punctual moments, space as immanent. But it's also part of Taylor's large backstory of how secularism happened through the transformation of the medieval self from a porous self to a modern, more buffered self, where the medieval porous self perceived spirits, sprites, enchanted magics in everything from government to, the woods and the mountains. The modern self is buffered in that it sees a strong divide between the world and the meanings that are mobilized or constructed into it. And so for the buffered self, for instance, government is not something that is just unproblematically handed down out of the spiritual dimension. It doesn't just emerge immediately out of the spiritual dimension. It occurs in the imminent frame, in historical time. Modern people don't accept that a god came down and founded Rome, right? They don't accept that a god came down and founded Athens or Tenochtitlan or something like that, spirits and agencies of that kind. They think something happened within what Taylor calls the imminent frame. And this imminent frame has, as part of it, a buffered self that sees itself as having to construct social and political projects, mobilize for them together with others. And so we live in the wake and after what Taylor refers to as an age of mobilizations. Even attempts to re-enchant the world require mobilizations. And this is what conservatives, religious conservatives, miss in their polemics against secularity. They too live in a secular age insofar as their social imaginary concerning, for instance, politics, not to mention the actual workings of the natural.
Right, so the more status you give to science and scientific explanations, it tends to shrink the world of the sacred and the enchanted, even if you practice religion, believe in religion. But the more credence you give to naturalistic explanations, it reduces the explanatory power of the divine. Bob's got a great comment in the chat. Maybe that is what has helped make Marc Halperin such a good journalist, right? His father's endless contradictory moral crusades have made him appropriately skeptical about moral claims on both sides.
There's an episode in which the British-born child of Rwandan immigrants, who sounds like he was kind of a crazy man, went to a Taylor Swift dance party that was being held for a bunch of little girls, and he stabbed a dozen of them and killed 3 of them, and the town in which he did it just blew up, and the and the protests spread across the country, and you had like a wave of really.
So the 1991 Tom Clancy novel, The Sum of All Fears, turned into a movie. I think it starred Ben Affleck, but there was one part of this novel that I wanted to bring to your attention. So the national security advisor in this novel is having an affair with the president. And so her name is Liz Elliott, and she liked her drama. She was bright. She was an elitist. She was closest to the president. And from the elite journalist perspective, this was none of the public's business, right? This love affair between the president and his national security advisor, it's not a secret, right? Journalists knew about it, and they didn't particularly like the president, right? They felt sympathy because he was a lonely man because his wife had died, and they thought the president's probably better off with some sort of steady romance in his life. And they thought it was the professional thing to not talk about the president having a sexual affair with his national security advisor, because the president, national security advisor, they're being cautious, they're being careful. And so the journalists would talk about it, and they would collectively decide that the president's love life was not properly a matter of public interest because it did not injure his job performance, right? His foreign policy was good, and he was doing the right things. And so you don't slam, you don't criticize, you don't damage a president who's doing such a fine job. Now, I'm just curious, do you think that the news media would treat Donald Trump this way? Right? How would the press treat this type of story in real life since Eisenhower? And would it matter if the president was a Republican as opposed to the Democrats? So ChatGPT says from the 1950s into the 1970s, the news media was largely deferential. Right, they kept quiet about these things. They didn't talk about LBJ's and JFK's affairs. They didn't say much about Dwight Eisenhower's heart condition or John F. Kennedy's bad health. Right, there was a gentleman's agreement between the elites and the elite journalists that the private lives of our most powerful people was off limits. So starting in the 1980s, by the time of Gary Hart in 1987, when he told the news media to follow me around, because I remember reading in Newsweek, and I was shocked because I never recall seeing this before in the news. In a Newsweek article about Gary Hart as the front runner for the Democratic nomination for president, it mentioned that he had a problem keeping his pants on, that he was sexually promiscuous, right? He was married and sexually promiscuous. I never recall that in any mainstream media coverage of a person running for president or powerful politician. So by then, right, this idea that a president's sex life was nobody's business was dead. So now discretion is gone, but is it? Because the news media essentially refused to discuss Joe Biden's obvious physical senility. So the elite believe in this buffered identity, and they believe that even though Joe Biden was obviously frail, that his mind was just fine, even though the evidence was overwhelming that many times his mind was not fine. But there is a squeamishness in the elite media talking about the private, frail, messy parts of powerful political people who share their politics. So, of course, when it comes to Donald Trump, there's no such squeamishness. Robert Caro has written the most famous books about Lyndon Baines Johnson, but he refuses to write about all of LBJ's sexual affairs while president of the United States. And according to Caro, well, it didn't affect his performance. How do you know? Right? For a normal bloke, if he's having high-quality sex, right, that person with whom he's having the high-quality sex is the most important person for him. And it is obviously a public interest. So Seymour Hersh wrote about the dark side of Camelot in 1997. He broke the taboo on talking about JFK's compulsive womanizing, his mob ties, and his medical issues. David Moranis didn't focus on sex, but he described Bill Clinton's womanizing in his 1995 book, First in His Class. Michael Isikoff dug into Clinton's Paula Jones and Monica Lewinsky scandals. Bob Woodward, generally cautious, but he didn't shy away from discussing Clinton's sex scandal. Kitty Kelly wrote many tabloid-style biographies of the Bushes and the Reagans. Robert Caro deliberately refused to discuss sex. Same with Doris Kearns Goodwin on LBJ. Arthur Schlesinger protected JFK's image, left out his affairs. So the dominant historians, conventional academics, biographers, highly cautious, don't want to talk about presidents' sex lives. Right? Novelists felt more licensed. They would go there. Norman Mailer, Philip Roth, Tom Clancy, Ward Just, Curtis Sittenfield, Philip Bobbitt. But why is the establishment so prim and prissy and buttoned down discussing the sex lives of politicians when it's obviously in the public's interest to know? Right? Who the politician is banging will give you great insight. For example, Bill Clinton, because of his womanizing and how embarrassing his womanizing was to his wife, he had to turn over to her the task of transforming America's healthcare. That was his penance for fooling around. Right? Who a politician is having sex with is likely an important window into what he values, who he values, how he conducts himself. Right? Men will usually transfer their primary loyalty and their most important resources, including their emotional and mental resources, to the person they are having the most pleasing and intense sex with. Right? That's why wives instinctively fear their men fooling around, because they know that if a man is getting it off intensely and pleasurably with someone else, that he is going to transfer his resources to that woman and not to her. So why is the establishment so prissy about the sex lives of powerful politicians? Because they don't want to be seen as low status, down market, tabloid, because they're part of an elite network where there's a certain code. They believe in the buffered self, and therefore there's this public-private divide. They recognize that sex reveals vulnerability, and it feels invasive, destabilizing to their buffered worldview. There's a cultural undertone that it's an uncomfortable topic, that it's best to be priggish, to say we don't cover that, rather than to admit reality that wives, mistresses, hookers, and lovers often hold more political power than members of a president's cabinet. So people's loyalty follows desire. In reality, your resources and your loyalty will go to those who are giving you the most bang. So sex is politics. Politics is sex. But once you admit this reality, you blow up the entire sanitized, buffered framework of statesmanship that elites sell to the public. Right? The presidency becomes less Lincoln and Churchill and more Henry VIII, driven by appetites, anxieties, and sex. Right? That's too raw for the buffered, elite, enlightened worldview of our establishment. So they cling to this Victorian bogus pose of seriousness. Right? Sex has been detonating powerful men's lives and political careers throughout history. But it's the last topic that the news media wants to talk about. I broke the story in 2007 that the mayor of Los Angeles had stopped wearing his wedding ring. Right? Other journalists knew about it. They just thought it was low class and they didn't want to talk about it. So sex is the crack in the buffered identity. Right? Sex is where the buffered mask slips. Right? When you're sliding inside of someone, you're not terribly buffered. Right? You become embodied and primal. Right? A politician may sound quite rational in his political talk, but in the bedroom, he may be a little more visceral and primal. And in the bedroom, you'll forge bonds, secrets will spill, priorities will be reordered. I've confessed things to people after sex, other people have confessed things to me after sex. Right? It's normal, natural, and healthy to be fascinated with people's sex lives. Of course, you can overdo it. Sex reveals that we still have an animal component, right? It punctures the myth of the buffered, autonomous, rational, strategic statesman, right? It reveals the porous, vulnerable human animal underneath that bogus facade, right? Bill Clinton's promiscuous sex life had a profound effect on the American political scene. Right, this idea that Bill Clinton was a buffered, rational, autonomous, strategic reformer was a myth. Right, his lust reshaped American politics. Right, sex exposes that we're all porous, however much we may pretend to be enlightened, strategic, rational, and buffered. The establishment avoids talking about sex because it is inconvenient. It fractures their worldview. That power flows not just through institutions and ideas and rational choices, but through beds, bodies, and bonds. Remember my theorem, everything we do affects other people. Right? The buffered self pretends that it can seal our actions into private compartments. The porous self knows that every act, sexual, financial, rhetorical, leaks, reshapes, changes bonds, loyalties, and systems. In reality, there is no sacred, separate, buffered, private sphere. Everything we do, everything we say transfers energy and leaks into other spheres of life. There is the law of erotic gravity. Desire pulls our attention and our resources. The person who commands a politician's most intense sex life will attract his loyalty, his attention, and his concessions, no matter what the official hierarchy says. Every sexual partner is a political actor. Right? Mistresses, lovers, hookers, spouses are unacknowledged members of the governing coalition, and often they have veto power, leverage, and access. There is the law of inevitable leakage, right? You're having a toss and you think you've got it buffered, but it always ends up somewhere that you don't want it to go, right? Your radioactive sperm may hit the ceiling, right? What happens in the bedroom does not stay in the bedroom. It moves into the political, the religious, the cultural. It leaks. Right? That wet spot after sex, no one wants to rest there or sleep there. It's a literal wet spot, but it also leaks into people's lives. What happens in the bedroom does not stay in the bedroom. Affairs will change governance. Right? Reckless private lives will leak into the political. Right? Every intimacy creates points of leverage. Every relationship creates leverage. Right? Intelligence agencies run on porous logic, not buffered fiction. Loyalty, energy, mental bandwidth are finite. Right? A mistress, a hooker, a lover will redistribute resources away from the cabinet, the voters, his spouse. Right? People will be devoted to the person who brings them the most intense sexual pleasure. Right? Scandals will continually erupt because we do not live in the Buffett identity. It is a fiction, useful fiction at times, but the porous nature of our reality will continually assert itself. And people will feel betrayed, right? Not by the sex, but by the lie of the Buffett identity and the separateness of the private and the political and the public. Right? This notion that powerful people can have a private life that doesn't affect anything they do publicly is nonsense. Everything we do radiates outward. Everything done in secret builds invisible pressure until it leaks out. Right? The porous model recognizes that sexual scandals are inevitable, consequential, and they will ripple out. The establishment, the news media, the elite cling to this Buffett myth that public and private, the private sex doesn't touch public duty. But politics is porous, desire leaks, loyalty redistributes, everything a leader does in bed echoes in the cabinet room.
Quite spontaneous public uprising, and that was just about a year ago in August. The government.
So if you think it's a terrible thing to be interested in people's sex lives, then don't read the Talmud, right? Quite a lot of very intimate discussion of people's sex lives in the Talmud. There will be a story about a woman goes out with 10 men into the country. I think they take her out in a coffin to purportedly bury her. But what the 11 people end up engaging in the country is shocking and scandalous.
Which had just entered office, the Starmer, the government of Keir Starmer, the Labour government, chose not to view it as a spontaneous uprising. They described it as a reaction to misinformation and that sort of thing. That did not convince the public very much, though, and I think it contributed to the, in general, low popularity the government has enjoyed since then. It's a strange, just as an aside, it's a very strange situation in Britain where they have this Labour government has a landslide majority, although they've won only a third of the votes. So that in itself is very stabilizing. But I think the events that we've just been, the developments we've just been discussing have contributed to make Britain susceptible to radicalization.
What about Germany? I mean, Germany's also been completely transformed by immigration, but that's a society with less free even than Britain, and people can't even say it out loud. They've been taught to hate themselves and to keep that stuff inside. But you wonder at some point, did Germans say, just had enough? And
well, I think it's worth it's worth remembering that that we had a lot to do with that German culture of denazification and sort of, let's say, German the critical German approach that they take to their past. And so Germany has never been a real free speech society. It's not a
So Kamadov is shocked and appalled by my noting that Jewish texts are very frank and direct about all of the natural passions, including the sexual passions. And there is a matter-of-fact recognition of the reality of human nature throughout traditional holy text. And as a result, right, those Jews who are shaped by those texts tend to have the most matter-of-fact recognition of the power of the natural impulses and to be the least likely group of which I've known to be deluded about them, including human impulses for honor and for power and for money and for sex.
A value that is held to quite the high degree that we hold it in our First Amendment.
Yes.
In fact, no other culture on earth really has that absolutist idea of free speech that we treasure, I think rightly. But so working with that German culture, which is not a pure free speech culture, I think that we reasoned, the United States, partly because of the circumstances of the Cold War, wanted to reintroduce Germany into the family of civilized nations very fast. I mean, we were talking about rearming them in the 1950s. We were talking about building a European army around Germany.
So one of the more politically incorrect books in the Hebrew Bible is the book of Esther, right, where a Jewish woman gets into an intimate relationship with a non-Jewish king in service of protecting the Jewish people. And another part of throughout the Hebrew Bible, you will find pretty much every depiction of a hooker in the Hebrew Bible is neutral to positive. And this is not because the Hebrew Bible says being a whore is a great thing, just recognition of the complicated nature of reality, that some group that you may have the highest amount of disdain for, that members of that low status group may sometimes turn out to be morally heroic. Right? There were Jewish women who would survive the Holocaust by forming intimate erotic relationships with Germans with the power to kill them and their family.
In like 1955, it was as an alternative to that the European Union was created, because that prospect really freaked the French out. Okay, yeah. But at any rate, the United States really wanted Germany to be introduced to the West, and to do that, a certain number of ground rules had to be laid down. You know what I mean? Like you couldn't buy a copy of Mein Kampf. You couldn't. You couldn't join a communist party. You know what I mean? There's so yeah, Germany.
It's funny, Dennis Prager is a master of calm, right? He exudes calm and authority and charisma, but I would notice that the only time he would sound a bit rattled when he'd be attacked with regard to either his practice of Judaism or his presentation of Judaism, right? That would be the most disturbing for him, right? That really hits close to home. So Christians love Jesus, right? Jews love their Judaism, right? You don't hear Jews talking a great deal about, oh, I really love Moses, or I got this personal relationship with Rabbi Akiva. And Jews don't tend to talk a lot about their personal relationship with God, but Jews will talk about, I love Yiddishkeit, I love Torah. And evangelical Christians will talk about how much they love Jesus.
Germany's free speech was a little constrained, it might have been constrained anyway. But
so Epicurus charges leveled. Excellent observation there by Glib Medley. So pretty much with every group, people with a less intense and exclusive in-group identity are going to naturally feel insecure when they're attacked by those with a more intense, more committed, more disciplined in-group identity. So that's how it works out, right? The purer you are, the more devoted you are, right? The more vulnerable you will be to charges of being a slacker and a heretic and a betrayer and someone who's not fair dinkum and serious. So if you're pure, if you're 10 out of 10 in your in-group intensity and dedication level, right, everyone else is going to be comparatively impure, if not heretical, if not a betrayer. Now, to be effective, a group needs to police its own. Right? I speak with a recognition that anything I say may be thrown back at me within the Jewish community, and that doesn't mean that I phrase everything correctly and carefully, but it does mean I put a great deal of care into how I talk about those topics that are most sacred to me. And any group needs to police its boundaries, and Jews do a really good job, right? If you show yourself to be an enemy of the Jewish people, right, you will feel the wrath of Jews. On the other hand, if you are clearly not someone who's an enemy of the Jewish people, then by and large, people are not going to give you a hard time, unless you show yourself easily intimidated, right? If you show that you're a sucker, that you're weak, that you're easily intimidated, then people will try to intimidate you.
But it also had this highly critical idea of German history. And again, it's understandable, but there's a lot of great stuff in German history too. I mean, the Reformation comes out of Germany. Germany was the most cultured country in the world, with the arguable exception of Britain at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century. And I don't have to go through the.
So Kamendorf says, all stories in the Talmud are for a purpose, to teach lessons. No prurient gossip. Now I've had enough of your brazen heresy, your manifestly false claims to be an Orthodox Jew. Right, this is like a level of hysteria that reflects an intense commitment, right? Everything comes with a good side and a bad side. The more intense your commitment, the more sacred you hold something, right? The more likely you are to be emotionally triggered. And the more you hold something to be sacred, the less you'll be able to look at it objectively, right? As soon as you say this thing is holy, this thing is sacred, you lose the ability to be able to discern what's really going on. And there's nothing wrong with not being 100% objective, right? Life works better if you have the sacred, if you have things that you are not objective about. So there are a lot of pleasing forms of nonsense in every type of group identity, including Jewish, including Christian, including Muslim, including secular, right? There are all sorts of teachings that make us feel good that have no reaction in reality. But if anyone points out that what we're holding forth is absurd and not true, right, you're going to get emotionally triggered and you will react against that. And that's probably quite a healthy adaptive response, because we should be protecting that which is sacred and transcendent in our life. So you can take a scholarly, disinterested approach to something, or you can take a recognition of the holy and transcendent approach to something, but you really can't do both, right? It's one or the other. Either something is sacred or it is an appropriate area for examination.
Through the list, it was only a matter of time before Germans said, well, like, can't we talk about the good things in our culture too? I thought that moment actually was coming around the time of the Iraq War. And I think that was Gerhard Schroeder. I mean,
we had a rare moment in publishing where The Bell Curve was published. Is that 1993? And Alien Nation by Peter Brimlow was published circa 1992. So there was this rare moment in mainstream publishing where dissident ideas got through the censorship industrial complex. So it was open for about a year, 18 months, then it very rapidly closed.
I mean, at the time, it was fashionable to blame France for the European opposition to the American adventure in Iraq, in which Europe has been spectacularly vindicated, I think.
Yes.
But in fact, I think it was Germany as much as France that was driving that, rebellion. And it was Gerhard Schroeder who said, who is then the Chancellor of Germany, he said the foreign policy of Germany is going to be made in Berlin and only in Berlin. I thought that was happening then. At any rate, for a long time, people really lacked the institutions through which to express that German, I wouldn't even call it pride. It's the desire that, it's partly pride, but it's just the desire that Germany be treated like a normal country again, And I think now, 80 years after the war, and confronted by certain problems that actually require a certain amount of national pride to address, I mean, Germans are beginning to talk that way again. They're beginning to say, we need to be Germans again.
So the people trying to wreck our civilization want you to be passive. They want you,
I love his ads. I almost want to play them.
again, a population that is strong, clear-minded, and physically capable is a threat to tyrants. That's why they want you playing video games. To celebrate,
I love this presentation of his ads.
it's interesting that AfD, the alternative for Germany, is treated like an outlaw party by the courts in Germany, and yet it's growing in popularity. I was just reading in the largest German state, members of the party were banned.
So I remember Marc B. Shapiro, one of my favorite scholars of modern Jewish thought. He published some controversial things in the late 1990s, and there was just a tsunami of opposition to try to shut him down. But he stood up to it, right? He kept his cool. He stood up to it. He refused to be intimidated, and then people stopped trying to intimidate him. So once you show that you will not be intimidated, people usually give up.
And from owning guns because
Really,
they were
is
quote,
that in
unreliable.
North Rhine-Westphalia? Yeah.
Can that continue? And
Well, this is a big drama. Yes, it can continue. It's an interesting situation. I mean, the German, I'm not sure where in the Grundgesetz it is, in the German basic law, but the German Constitution.
So I remember Peter Jennings used to have a fairly promiscuous sex life, and for some time he had a sex partner who's also a leading Palestinian spokeswoman. And it was quite the topic of conversation, and it would make sense, right? It is in Jewish interests to be aware of a leading figure, someone who's powerful in the news media, one of America's top 3 news anchors, right? If they're having sex with someone who is hostile to the Jewish state, right? It's normal, natural, and healthy to be aware of that. And it would be weird not to be aware of that. If at work your boss is having an affair with your supervisor or someone who plays an important role in your work, it would be not in your interest to turn a blind eye, right? The more you understand the nature of reality, the more effectively you will make choices. Now, is there a level of obsession and gossiping that is against your interests? Yes, right? You can drink too much water, you can engage in too much gossip.
Permits something called the Office for the Protection of the Constitution to monitor parties to make sure that they're not dangerous right-wing extremist parties. And the goal of having that in the Constitution was to prevent any recrudescence of Nazism. Now, there are parties all across Europe that had certain antecedents, whether in the institution itself or in certain just personnel, the way, for example, Mussolini's fascist party was ended at the end of World War II, but a lot of its members went and they joined the MSI, the Italian Social Movement, and that sort of continued after the Second World War. And then there were offshoots of it. Many of the people in it became left-wing. Giorgia Meloni started a new party, but it had some people who were in the MSI. So if you want to trace a genealogy from mid-20th century fascism to certain European leaders, you can. And people do that as a way of sort of gaining talking points against
Constantly
Meloni.
they do it.
Yeah. However, the interesting thing about the AfD, though, is that the AfD is not one of those parties. The AfD was founded in 2013 by a bunch of academics.
So it's quite difficult to navigate the objective pursuit of truth and rational examination with the world of faith and religious commitment and observance. But of all the people who do it, among the best is the modern Orthodox scholar and Rabbi Marc B. Shapiro. Here he is in conversation, December 3, 2024.
I'm going to get right into it. What is it like to work as a religious Jewish historian in the academic world? And specifically, I'm curious, do you ever feel torn between your academic pursuits, which of course involves historical truth, and your religious values, which I also believe involves historical truth? But are there any tensions? Are there areas of research where one has...
So there is a statement in the Talmud that I love. It is the signature of God is truth.
Brought you into a clash with the other, or maybe areas where you altogether avoid because they may challenge your own personal religious commitment or that of, the Orthodox?
So it used to be, it was completely socially unacceptable, even in modern Orthodox Judaism, to discuss secular biblical scholarship. And now increasingly, among many of the most intelligent, educated intellectuals in modern Orthodox Judaism, there's more and more of a grappling with the challenges posed to the traditional understanding of the authorship of the Torah, the challenges posed by secular biblical scholarship.
Communities, I'm curious.
Okay, well, first let me say, if you go to the conferences, like the Academic Jewish Studies, you have in the historical sections, you have lots and lots of people who clearly look like observant Jews, so it's hardly unusual. Now, in terms of what I do, I don't see there is any conflicts. I deal with history in a more recent period. I could see how people dealing, let's say, with Tanakh, in particular Torah, that could come up.
So the history of the modern Orthodox approach to secular scholarship is it's just fine, except don't apply it to Torah, right? Just leave the Torah out of it, leave the Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible out of it, but then otherwise you can go wild with it.
With some areas of conflict, but that's not what I do. So my issues are more of the conflicts of perhaps that you come across certain truths. These might not be the truths that people will want to know about. It might create conflicts, perhaps, but we're not dealing.
So he will point out how famous rabbis have plagiarized or made public false accusations against other rabbis, that rabbis can often be motivated by the same things that motivate non-rabbis. For example, there was this one great rabbi he wrote a book on who did not want to move to Yeshiva University and take a job there because he would be number 2 in status there to Rabbi Joseph Ber Soloveitchik.
With fundamental religious truths. I will say about the first point, though, I mean, the Rambam already notes that not all truths are for all people. And Rav Kook says that even if...
And the Ibn Ezra, a medieval Jewish commentator, notes, I know the secret of the 12, and he who knows the secret of the 12 will keep silent. And the secret of the 12 is that from Ibn Ezra's perspective, there are 12 verses in the Torah that were not written by Moses.
If you are convinced that something is true, if stating this truth will negatively affect a person's, like his religious life, that it should not be said. You can imagine walking into Mea Shearim and talking about how Darwin and Torah could be reconciled.
So the secular pursuit of truth is not a great fit for most people in certain areas, right? You want to preserve the sacred. For most people, I would suspect that learning music theory is going to decrease their enjoyment of music. But for a tiny number of people who are highly intelligent, right, learning music theory, learning to deconstruct a piece of music, that enhances their appreciation.
When they've never heard of Darwin, that's not a sort of truth that's helpful for them. So there is a notion of different types of truths for different people, but at the end of the day, in the academic world, you write the truth. That's different than giving a sermon, where you might not present it in a sermon, but when you're writing historical truth, you have to set it.
So if the most important thing in your life is your work, right, that will be the dominant value, and everything else will have to subordinate itself to that. If the most important friendships you have are at work or at the synagogue or at a certain club, right, that is then going to shape your life. I would expect that it gets quite complicated when the different spheres of your life are in conflict.
Out the way it is. Of course, you can choose not to write about certain things if you think it'll could be painful to people or create problems, but you can't.
So Rabbi Shapiro mentioned that there was a fairly big name rabbi in Israel who was the father of a child born out of wedlock, and he doesn't share the name. But if he were to write a book on that rabbi, then if he was to write a biography of the rabbi, then he would feel compelled to reveal that information.
Falsify the truth, I would say.
Right. I mean, it's something, I don't know how much you know about MGE and the work we do. We reach out to 20s and 30s that are mostly from less affiliated backgrounds. And I should have said.
So this outreach work that is normally engaged in by the rabbis with lowest degrees of literacy and intelligence and Torah learning, right? It's not a high status profession, right? You can make money from it, but if you've got real Torah scholarship, you're not doing kiruv, right? It's the least intelligent, least accomplished in Torah who tend to do the most outreach work, not making any particular comment about this one particular rabbi. I don't know him.
Said that to you at the outset, so that we just threw out a couple of terms. The Rambam was the great Maimonides. Rav Kook was a great religious Zionist thinker. That was my fault. I didn't prep you properly on that. But let's just continue on this line of thought. Actually, you've written a lot about the flexibility in halakha. Halakha is Jewish law. When it changes, when it doesn't. And many of our participants who are new to the religiously observant community get a little confused because it seems that sometimes some rules seem very unbending and fixed, and others seem to evolve over time. How would you explain this balance?
Well, first of all, Jewish law is always in a context, and the context of the society will change how the rabbis deal with it. Historically, for instance, in the modern world, the Sephardic poskim have had an easier time.
Posek, just everyone knows, Posek is a halachic decisor.
Halachic authority, yes, I'm sorry. The Jewish legal authorities in the Sephardic world, they have not dealt with the same issues in the Ashkenazic world. So, for instance, the matter of the bat mitzvah. The bat mitzvah was first developed in the non-Orthodox world. So it took a long time for the Orthodox rabbis to accept it in their synagogues. At first, they rejected it. And you had all these, what I call meta-halachic considerations, like what's it going to lead to if we accept this? We never did this before. It began in the non-Orthodox movements when the Sephardic poskim.
So the practice of Orthodox Judaism in the northeast of the United States versus on the West Coast is night and day, right? For many Orthodox synagogues in the Northeast, like studying Torah 2, 3, 4 hours a day is what most of the men do. In Los Angeles, you will often have Orthodox synagogues, particularly the modern Orthodox synagogues, where there might be 3 men out of 200 adult men who are members of the synagogue, but you may very well only have 3 men who even spend an hour a day studying Torah.
They don't have denominations. They don't have Reform, Conservative, Orthodox. Right. They have one synagogue. Everyone goes to it. Some are more observant than others, but they're all in that one community, no denominations. So when they had to deal with it, it was just looking at it as a halachic matter, and they didn't have any issues with it. The prenuptial agreements, that's another example. The conservative movement first pushed this, so there was a lot of hesitation in the Orthodox world. So that's important to know, and you can't really remove this from the system because Jewish law is not just a matter of opening the books and seeing what they say. There's a whole wider context, and the rabbis who decide these matters often mention that although theoretically, technically something can be permitted, we're concerned about where it's going to lead to. We're concerned about a larger ethos of how this will affect the community, and therefore something that is accepted, permitted in one generation could be forbidden, or vice versa.
Los Angeles Orthodox Jews are the most Kahanist, the most politically right-wing, the most right-wing exclusivist nationalist with regard to Israel of pretty much any major Orthodox Jewish community around the world. That's my milieu.
In another generation, the Mishnah, the classic text of Jewish law from 2,000 years ago almost, which all our Judaism goes back to, states in Tractate Eduyot that the Mishnah that they record rejected opinions. Why would they record rejected opinions if we don't follow them? Because a future court might feel the need to go back to these rejected opinions because they have legitimacy to them. It's just that, and we're going to see changes. Not in the basic law. You're never going to be able to light a candle on Shabbos. However, electricity, we have a certain approach to how to deal with electricity, but in 20 years, you might not be able to get into an apartment building in New York City without pressing buttons. So we've already begun to see movements by certain poskim about how to deal with electricity, electronics. Again, not creating a new halacha, but perhaps moving in a direction that we haven't had to do, and we've been able to follow one way. But if it becomes what in Hebrew is known as an emergency situation, shat atachak, we have precedents from great rabbis, Rosh Zalman Auerbach, who didn't consider electricity really a problem.
So the modern Orthodox are passionate Zionists by and large. Marc Shapiro here, a professor of modern Jewish thought. He's modern Orthodox, passionate Zionist, such a passionate Zionist that years ago he canceled his subscription to the New York Times because he felt it was just so biased, I think, with regard to Israel and maybe other things.
If it didn't create heat or light. So it could be, using a key card in a hotel, these are the sort of things. So in those areas, there can be development. And I know it seems strange for people on the outside, like if it used to be forbidden, now it's permitted. Look, that's the legal system, that you follow the rabbis. We believe that the halakha authorities, just because you can make an argument that something's permitted, let's say, that doesn't make it so. We need the imprimatur of the great halakha authorities, and they have to consider the larger issues at stake. That's how I would frame it.
I appreciate that. Going back to the Shabbos examples you gave, like I live in the city and always, avoid.
So I love energy, right? I'm a devotee of that which gives me healthy energy. And I get more energy and more enthusiasm about Torah and Yiddishkeit from listening to Marc Shapiro than any other speaker. Now, your mileage may vary. This may not have an electrifying effect on you. I just find this man incredibly inspiring.
Avoiding here and there the elevator. We have leniencies that allow us to rely on non-Jewish help on Shabbat and so on and so forth. MG's on the 10th floor of the Jewish Center. So we have somebody who's operating it. So then often in buildings, I'll take the stairwell. And then I realize as I'm walking on the stairwell, the lights are going on as I'm probably knocking off a circuit or who knows what, it was on a little, it's going on a little more. So you're saying that we've kept some of the, let's say, rejected opinions in the Talmud, and some of those rejected opinions may come to be relied upon in more exigent kind of circumstances.
Yes, exactly. Look, it's not just that we rely on. There's a notion that you have to enjoy the Shabbos. Shabbos is not a day of distress. So you can't walk down the street now without cameras.
So if you meet and get to know an Orthodox rabbi, or you just learn that someone's an Orthodox rabbi, that tells you almost nothing. There is incredible spectrum of learning and observance and ethical behavior among Orthodox rabbis. Overall, an Orthodox rabbi is just as likely to take advantage of you in some way as a secular plumber, right? They are more likely to know Torah than a secular plumber. But Orthodox rabbis are people. Some of them are incredibly learned and morally upright, and others of them are predatory. And in my experience, the most charismatic rabbis who focus on outreach, what's called kiruv, in my experience, 50% of them are predatory. So often the glib are the most morally slippery in Jewish life, in non-Jewish life. Watch out for the glib.
Taking your picture and
Right,
videos.
right.
Originally, when this first was raised, they might have said, well, don't walk down that street. But today it's impossible. So does that mean we don't go anywhere? So that's what I mean. Now, you gave
Right.
an example, walking in the hallways. So it's a good question. First of all, is that even forbidden, walking in the hallways? There were many people who thought that it was a problem walking down the streets when lights went on. But now that lights go on all over the place in the suburbs, Rav Vosner, who's a great posek in Bnei Brak, a great halakha authority, he reviewed the matter and said this isn't a problem. So lots of times it's only when we're pushed into a corner that we go back to the halacha, and we see that although we were stringent in certain areas, in certain other times there's no need for stringency because that's just going to make our life even more difficult. And at the end of the day, there's more important considerations often than relying on it than following a stringent opinion. We can't destroy our Shabbos, our Shabbat, by bringing ourselves into all sorts of crazy directions. So that's why we need the great rabbis, I think. And if look, our system of Judaism is a system of law, but not a book religion per se, because we need the rabbis to interpret it. And they haven't led us astray so far, so I don't expect them to lead us astray in the future.
It's interesting also what you just said before, which is that just because something is permissible doesn't mean it just automatically gets allowed, because there are policy considerations that could create problems if the community is relying on certain leniencies all the time. This is a whole new area for a lot of our listeners and a lot of our participants that were not raised in halachic observance. And from the outside, you can imagine what it looks like. It looks like a little arbitrary. Oh, things are getting difficult. Let's let them do it. Very few people were aware of what you just said in the name of Shlomo Zalman, that electricity, is only forbidden according to the Torah, according to that great rabbi's opinion, if it involves, you said, heat or light. Correct.
So almost everything can be used positively to build and construct, or to be used negatively to destroy. And sharing personal information can be done in a productive way that makes you a more useful person, a more compassionate person, a more productive and well-fitted member of your community, whether your community is a Jewish community, a Christian community, a secular community. You can share information that just does enormous amounts of damage, and the damage vastly outweighs any good it can do. So simply labeling things as gossip or trying to shut down this or that, right, not necessarily the most moral, right? You can talk about people in a way that's productive, helpful, and lifts people up and connects people, or you can do it in a way that's just nasty, vicious, and without merit.
Right. In other words, if it deliberately was producing heat or light, would it be considered, let's say, on the biblical Torah level, a prohibition, according to Rav Shlomo Zalman?
He thought that technically, although he said not to rely on it, there would be a problem with, say, plugging in a fan or something on Shabbos. So that's not, he said, though, that hasn't been the accepted
But even
opinion,
rabbinic law?
Even rabbinic, there would be a problem. He said it's...
So one of the biggest misconceptions about traditional Judaism is that it's just so rule-bound that there's no spontaneity or joy. But the rules create a structure. They create a way of life. They create a bond between people that then creates space where you get to be uninhibited and real, because it's safe, and you share practices and outlooks with the people around you. And another thing that amazed me as I journeyed into Judaism was the recognition of how pragmatic and commonsensical the practice of traditional Judaism was.
Academic macroeconomists who were worried that the European Union, by guaranteeing the debts of Greece and other failing countries, was in an invisible way taxing Germany. So it was built around a very recondite complaint, and not a hate-filled complaint. And I remember interviewing the head of the party at the time, who was an economist named Bernd Lucke, and he was just a very nerdy guy. He's left, I think he's left the party since.
So if you're just a casual follower of American politics, you could very well think, oh, politics is primarily about the distribution of resources. Or if you listen to talk radio, you might think, oh, conservative politics is primarily about individualism and free markets. And you may think nationalism, that's primarily a civic commitment, or you may think that's primarily a racial commitment, or that's primarily a religious or a cultural commitment. But all sorts of movements may start out and they manifest themselves primarily in terms of economics or race or religion or culture. And the way that movements and groups organize, right, are not necessarily the public presentation is not necessarily the truth. So the Alternative for Germany started out primarily as a free market party. But just because something presents itself as primarily economic or primarily religious or primarily about civic values doesn't mean that that's the truth, right? Groups will often have a racial, ethnic, civic, cultural, religious, practical component. And whichever component is the most important will often depend on a context. So during certain time periods, Jews were widely understood to be a race and understood themselves as a race. Then when race was not the primary category used for understanding the world, right? When it shifted, it was we're a faith community or a religious community, or we are a cultural community, right? Whichever way of expressing your identity is the most socially prestigious and the most socially accepted, right? That is what will be said publicly. But the things that people say publicly about their group are not necessarily the core of what's going on. So, for example, nationalism, it always has a racial, ethnic, civic, cultural, and frequently religious component. But those components that are socially unacceptable will not be expressed publicly. But that doesn't mean they're not there.
But the party underwent two transformations. The first came in 2015 when Angela Merkel invited immigrants, from fleeing the Syrian civil war to come to Germany, and they began streaming overland into Europe.
So Tucker Carlson calls this video Christopher Caldwell, how immigration is erasing whites, Christians, and the middle class. Right? This is not what Christopher Caldwell would call this video. Right? This is not how he would summarize what he's saying. Right? This is a 100 IQ headline about an interview with someone with a 150 IQ.
And were then joined opportunistically, as you may remember, by a lot of Pakistanis and Iraqis and Iranians and Afghans and just a whole huge human wave. And a woman in the party, a very charismatic, sort of like mother of many children named Frauke Petry, said, you know what? We are the alternative for Germany. No party is arguing for an alternative immigration policy, and that has to be us. And so it became the anti-immigration party. But at the same time, it had, for similar but less noticeable reasons, it had attracted people who wanted a change in Germany for all sorts of things, including, what we would call culture warriors, people who wanted to change the...
Right. So for some people, their priority is culture, the protection of culture. For other people, their priority is race, or they feel that they need to simply campaign on one particular field when their real priority is something different than what they're stating publicly.
School curriculum so that it denigrated Germany less. And then it became a whole big grab bag of parties, of tendencies, which it is today, although they are a much more united party.
So some people will go to synagogue primarily to follow the dictates of the Torah. Some people go to synagogue primarily to have a spiritual religious experience. Some people go there to develop their relationship with God. Most people will go to synagogue because it is part of their way of life. If they're more traditional, they will see that the ultimate author of their particular way of life is God.
Than I think a lot of people think. And they're now, they got 20% in the last election. And between elections, they tend to poll much higher. So they're a serious party. They have at times in the last few months since the elections. And
so political parties, political coalitions, all right, there's often a time to expand, right? I love this analogy from sports. So both soccer strategy and American football strategy revolve around, on offense, creating space, right? You want to get fast people in space, in open space, to run with the ball with as few obstacles as possible. So that's the dominant understanding of offensive strategy in both American football and in soccer. On the other hand, when it comes to defensive strategy, you want to cut down and reduce space. So with political coalition. Sometimes you want to expand to get more votes. Other times you want to contract to have a more intense and effective coalition. So there's no inherent right answer between expansion and contraction, between being a big tent or a smaller tent. Normally in America, you want as big a tent as possible, but everything comes with a price and everything's determined by the situation.
January, I believe, they have been the largest party in Germany in terms of opinion polling.
So if
Steve Bannon's show tends to be so low IQ, I find it unbearable, but that doesn't mean there is not some good stuff on there. And so this is from a recent
totally
show.
Lied to. We've been told that international students in these American universities, or these so-called American universities, which are heavily funded by Arab oil nations and the CCP, are taking in the best and the brightest international students. We are not getting Einstein, we're getting Mahmoud Khalil. And as a result, so far, 6,000 visa holders have had their visas revoked due to serious crimes and being a threat to national security. We've been totally lied to. We've been
So various times I've tried to watch Steve Bannon's show regularly, and it's just too low IQ to stand for very long.
if you have a country that advertises itself a democracy, a country, run by the people who live there.
That's such a silly comment. All right. First of all, no correlation between what people say, what the reality is. And every democracy in the world is only partly a democracy. Every democracy in the world also contains the tools for dictatorship that can spring out and take control at any time, depending on the situation. Every democracy contains socialism. It contains capitalism. It contains oligarchy and aristocracy and populist elements. Right? There's no pure democracy. Many countries pretend that the people rule, but most political decisions, particularly in Europe, are made by unelected, supposedly neutral experts.
And over time, the establishment excludes parties that represent the majority of the people. Then don't you get a revolution at a certain point?
Maybe, I think I got a little...
Depends on the situation, depends on the people.
Off track. There's one piece I forgot to explain. So there exists in the German Constitution this idea of banning parties.
Yes.
And I think that then when people understood it, it was something that was supposed to be done in like 1948, whenever again.
So I have friends on the right who their greatest value is freedom. And the idea of ever banning a party or ever banning this or that is just anathema. It's just the worst thing ever. But in certain situations, particularly on the continent where you may have a threat right next door, right, you have to be ready to spring into all sorts of emergency repressive measures that you do not even need to consider when you're an island nation or in a safe place such as the United States.
Gang of people, got together in one city. And that's why, there have been parties banned since the Second World War, not in a very long time. And they tended to be, tiny little groups of what we would call jackbooted thugs. The idea that this mechanism...
Right. Sometimes banning a party is effective and it produces more safety and an effective, cohesive, trustworthy society. Other times, banning a party will create an explosion and a revolution.
Could be used to ban the largest party in the country. And furthermore, one that was founded 2 generations after the Second World War in 2013. Is not what the Constitution envisioned. Nonetheless, you can see the appeal of it.
So Meir Kahana's party in Israel was banned in the 1980s. And I think it'd be pretty fair to say the general sentiment of Orthodox Jews in LA is pretty friendly to a Kahanist, exclusivist, nationalist approach to the Jewish state. But perhaps at that time and place, that was the most effective way for the Jewish state to navigate a particular challenge.
For 2 formerly big national parties that are now shriveling up and want to get those votes back or want to keep from being swept away, you know?
Well, of course I can. It's just such a violation of the core principle of a democracy.
Just such naivety there by Tucker Carlson. All right, let's get back to talking Torah, man. I need to wash my soul.
Minhag, basically, we start doing it, but he didn't think that there was an issue at all for certain areas. But so it could be. I'll give you an example. A friend of mine went on a cruise, and the first day, the mashgiach speaks to the people and says, you know, the toilets are all electronic. You press a button. So he said to them, when you use the toilet, you know, use it with a not the normal way of like you turn your hand upside down or something. It's called a shinoi. Now, they didn't say we're not going to have a cruise because of this electrical issue. No, they went ahead with the cruise, but they said as long as we're here, this is what we do. So now in your house, it would be a different situation. You wouldn't want that. But let's say in 20 years, all the toilets are like that. In other words, there are things built into the system that allow us in certain areas to more lenient. And my recollection is, again, I don't have the source in front of me, that Rav Shlomo Zalman Auerbach held that even rabbinically, if it doesn't create heat and light, technically it's permissible, even though he says that's not the practice and that's not what we're doing. You have to check on that to be 100% sure, but that's my recollection. Yeah.
Because I was under the impression that he was talking on the biblical level, but maybe it became rabbinic because he said that's the custom is to not to do it, and therefore
it's practice. He said based on the Chazon Ish, the great Rabbi, the Chazon Ish. But as I recall, he thought technically there's no prohibition at all.
You know, somebody came to me. You know, I'm a rabbi in these hotels over Passover. You know, and somebody came to me and said, "Rabbi, I just went to the bathroom and I was at the urinal doing my thing, and I realized if I walk away, it's going to flush on its own." And my walking away is going to cause it to flush. So I said, well, you know, I hope you remain there for the rest of Yom Tov. It was a 3-day Yom Tov. That was a joke. I didn't tell the guy to remain there for 3 days Yom Tov, but it became the conversation for the rest of the holiday. But obviously
I'll just add to that. A lot of people don't realize, they don't know the laws of Shabbos, so they don't realize that matters like that are not a problem. Even walking in the elevator in the hallway of a hotel, granted, if you know the lights were to go on, you shouldn't go there. But if you happen to go to the hotel and that's what it does, unless it's completely dark that you can't see, all the great authorities
if there was
have
sunlight
said it's not
on,
an issue.
right? Because there's sunlight, it's only increasing light, which is not the.
It's no different than walking down the street. And if you're in an apartment building, and all of a sudden they put in.
So you would not find Christian religious leaders talking about the various strictures or the varying levels of holiness or how you should relieve yourself. But Judaism is primarily focused on this life. It is primarily action focused. It is pragmatic. It is understanding that we are physical creatures. We don't just have some eternal God-seeking soul. And so all the details of ordinary life, the mundane, receives a tremendous amount of attention in Judaism, as opposed to the nature of the soul or the nature of the next life, which tends to receive relatively little attention in the way that even the most traditional forms of Judaism are generally practiced.
In this system.
So when I say that Judaism is quite blunt, willing to get quite graphic, is unromantic, is down to earth, is going to get down to the nitty gritty, including the sexual and the excretory and all these little details that from the perspective of other religions should not properly be a matter of religion. And God doesn't really care whether or not you flush on the Sabbath. But a different approach to religion, right, produces a different mindset. If you are strongly attached to your religion, right, at best you'll regard other religions as stupid and deranged, right? The normal, natural experience when you look at other religions, if you're strongly rooted in your own, is that they're like downright evil and satanic.
I was in Paris at one of the Rabbanim in Paris, and in his apartment building in the hallways, the lights go on. And he said that the Rav Wosner's Beit Din court told him that that's permissible. You don't intend it, you don't want it, it happens, and that's the reality now.
And Elliot Blatt says these dilemmas make you retarded, and yet somehow Ashkenazi Jews have the highest IQ of any group. How is it? How is it that Ashkenazi Jews are so smart, so accomplished, so disproportionately influential when these matters that you regard as a retarded fixation are of the basics of their way of life?
In many places where we go,
Wow.
our walking causes things to go on.
This is fascinating. This is
So you may say, oh, 40, it's a much more worthy topic of religious discussion is dogmatic, systematic theology, right? So you can primarily talk about the nature of reality and how you should conduct yourself in your daily acts to bring God into your mundane life, or other religions will focus on a much more esoteric approach.
a chiddush. This is a new insight for a lot of people. In your view, what would you say is the most misunderstood?
So I've never had a rabbi ask me about my relationship with God, or how I thought about God, or how I felt about God. Right? All my conversations with rabbis have been about the mundane practice of Judaism, or is there anything going on in my life, my relationships, how's work, how's your housing situation, how's your health, right? There is a understanding of the mundane, the pragmatic, the importance of the day-to-day of essentially chopping wood and carrying water. I think it might be how it's described in perhaps the certain types of approaches to life found in Buddhism.
Would you say this area, or is there another area that's the most misunderstood aspect of observant or Orthodox
It's
Judaism?
funny. So I'll stick to Shabbos, but in a little different sense. I think for the irreligious or not yet religious non-Jews, they look at Shabbos, Shabbat, as a burden, that we're stuck, that for this period of almost 25 hours, we can't do anything. They almost like feel sorry for us. We can't answer the phone on Shabbos. We can't.
Right. There is an element of burden in Jewish observance, including Sabbath observance. I'm sure there's an element of burden in being a parent, or being in a relationship, or having a job. Right. Nothing is pure. Right? There's going to be an element of burden in any commitment that you have.
Go out Friday night, but from the way we look at it, it's not that we can't. We don't have to. We are sanctifying this day. Others can't understand how we look forward to this, and we couldn't imagine our life without it. So that's a complete misunderstanding where they don't appreciate. They see it's like we become Amish and we have to suffer. Now, true, Shabbos could be a burden. We've all had experiences, or many of us, where you get stuck in a strange place and you're by yourself on Shabbos and there's no shul. You're just stuck in your hotel room, just counting down the hours. But you're not supposed to be in a place like that.
Correct.
It happens, unfortunately. You'll get stuck like that. But the Shabbos is supposed to be spent together with community. And if you're in a strange place and there is...
Right, if you're a medical student and you're asked to do a shift on Shabbat, you can do that. But ideally, you would find someone else to take your shift, even if you have to pay them a few $100s.
The Jewish community there, it's always a very wonderful experience. That's always a highlight of people's trips. I lead trips in the summer, and it's spending Shabbat at various communities is...
Yeah, when I travel around the world, there's almost always a synagogue there, and it's thrilling to go to a new synagogue, meet new people, and immediately feel a part of things, even though you're on the other side of the world.
Is always a highlight. But for the outsiders, they don't really understand what the Shabbos is, and of course they also couldn't understand. Their attitude might be, okay, Shabbos is great, but you're in that hotel, in the strange city. So why not that weekend? Can you then be on your computer? Because the whole system would fall apart if the laws don't remain. Now, I've never, with one exception, ever been in a situation like that, and we should avoid it. And we would avoid it by a lot of times Jews don't pay attention to something that Rabbi Soloveitchik thought was important. There's a lot of Jews who are Sabbath observant, but he said we don't have what he called the Erev Shabbos Jews. So Friday, the day before Shabbos Jews. He said in Europe, you already had a sense Friday that the Sabbath is coming, and people recognize that. For us,
Yeah.
unfortunately, it's down to the last minute, the wire. People start leaving work, with an hour to spare, so it's
Yeah.
very easy to get caught on the highway.
Although in Israel, they're off in Israel. The culture in Israel is
Yes.
such, so they get off Friday. So there is a sense of preparing.
Yes, so that you
Which
have,
is
but we
nice.
don't have it. But so that's what I would say is the most misunderstood is our Sabbath.
Okay, I want to go back to something you said before about Shabbat, and because I have found that
So the more traditional, the more religious the Jewish community, the more hierarchical it is. So in a non-Orthodox synagogue on Sabbath morning, often people will gather together and they'll all share their opinions on the weekly Torah portion. That would not be part of a formal Orthodox practice, right? That's not done. And there was a reference there to Rabbi Joseph Ber Soloveitchik. He was studying, I think, Plato or Aristotle on a train, and some Jew came up to him and tried to open a conversation on Plato or Aristotle, and the rabbi shut him down and said, come back and talk to me when you can read the original Greek. And so the more traditional you go in Jewish life, the more hierarchical it is, the less likely you would go up to someone with learning and start spewing your uninformed opinions, right? The more of a recognition there would be that there are people with varying levels of knowledge and varying levels of accomplishment, and you don't speak to everyone the same way, but instead you have an appropriate recognition of where people stand in the hierarchy.
exactly what you just said, which is that people look like, how could you're so, I don't know what the word is, you've taken upon this burden, this yoke, this difficulty and stress in your life. You have to but don't you think today, I find today people are starting to see, because of the phone and social media and the internet, people are looking for these respites. They're looking for these breaks in technology, the problem
But
is,
they can't control themselves. We have no choice.
right,
So they look with us, I think, with envy. I
yeah,
try to ask my students to imagine almost 25 hours where you didn't check your phone and didn't check your computer, and the family.
So he teaches at a Jesuit university, so his students are not Jewish.
All together. I mean, it's an amazing thing. It's a gift we have. Joe Lieberman wrote a book on this.
yeah, beautiful
But
book.
unless you're in the whole system, I mean, it doesn't work to get the whole experience, because you can sit down to a Sabbath meal and not pick up your phone, but then as soon as it's over, you're back to the everyday life. You have to experience it and to know what it means to be in a different dimension for that period. You need to be committed not to check your phones and not to look on the computer, and
It's
etc.
hard. It's hard. But you mentioned community before and how indispensable it is. Like, who should be alone in some hotel room? The problem you have here on the West Side or just in Manhattan, we have a very vibrant community. Not everybody's part of it. And then some individuals who start observing Shabbat feel very much alone. I remember during COVID, COVID was such a lonely time, not just for older people. It was a lonely time for a lot of our constituency, a 25, 30-year-old single who's not with their family, who lives in New Jersey somewhere or whoever, Scranton, I don't know, but they're by themselves and they're not part of the community yet. And then they have all these restrictions. It's just the worst of all worlds. So obviously that's why we go crazy here at MGE about promoting community, and Shabbos has to be observed within the context of a tzibor and a vibrancy, and just it's fun then. Otherwise it could be very lonely.
Yes, Shabbos. Well, I mean, COVID was a once in a century event, and it did a lot of damage to religious life, because to be home one week is fine, but to go for a whole year like that, I can tell you there's even married people with families who do not return to the synagogue afterwards. They got used to doing other things, and it was a problem and it was a struggle. That's why it was important to get back as soon as we could.
It was so important. We actually, what you and I are doing right now, like we're Zooming each other on this conversation. I don't do it anymore with MGE. I had to pull the plug because I realized people got so sucked into it. We're on West 86th Street. And I realized that for a class that I'd be teaching, a young man or woman who lives on West 87th Street, why do I have to get out of my clothing and schlep all the way and get in the elevator and go up to the 10th floor of the Jewish Center? I'll just open up my laptop and listen to Wilds give his class. But you're missing community.
If you recall, during the Seder, the first 2020, there were some Sephardic rabbis in Israel that thought maybe we could have a Zoom Seder. There was a very well-known posek who
Yeah.
he rejected that, but he said, you have an elderly grandmother living at home, you can leave your phone on
Yeah.
and she can listen to the Seder. I mean, these are,
We did that.
they understood
Yeah.
how difficult it was to be alone.
Yeah, 100%. I'm just going to switch gears a little. You know, it's a week after the election. I'm not going to ask you your political opinion. I don't care who you voted for. But being the election just took place, do you think Judaism endorses or leans towards a specific party or political theory? I mean, would you say it's more conservative? No, it's more liberal, progressive, democratic, or is it just politically neutral?
I would say that you can't pigeonhole the religion into any of these. There's things that you might see more liberal, others more conservative. Obviously, from a communal standpoint, identifying Judaism with any political party would be disastrous because we need to be an open tent, and no one
Totally,
should feel
totally.
bad for who they're voting for, with limited exceptions if you're dealing with a real crazy situation, but not what we've seen. It is true that in certain areas, I think you can make the case very strongly that certain positions of political parties are at odds with traditional Judaism, be it on the right. The extreme pro-life position is definitely in opposition to traditional Jewish law about when abortion will be permitted. And on the left, aspects of gender theory would not be in line with traditional Jewish law. But other than that, I think it's we have a very wide range of opinions that are included within traditional Judaism. And and even if you want to argue that certain positions are at odds, our voting, brings into account all sorts of considerations, not one or the other. And neither of the parties can be said to be in opposition to traditional Judaism. We're given a choice here. There's people of goodwill on each side can express their opinion. And we have had that. Although it's true today, I think most in the traditional community supported Trump. There were certainly fine people and eloquent spokesmen who supported the other side. And that's how it should be.
So the more traditional and right-wing the community, the more likely it is to vote for the right. So the more secularly educated the community, right, the more years that even Orthodox Jews have spent at a secular university, then the more likely they are to vote for the educated class. So overwhelmingly, Haredi and traditional Jews will vote Republican. Modern Orthodox Jews, the most left-wing, will vote primarily for the Democratic Party. The majority, probably 60 to 75% of modern Orthodox Jews in America probably voted for Trump. And those Orthodox Jews who are more traditional than the moderns, they probably went for Trump 80 to 90%.
I've got a lot of pushback. I used to talk to my mother-in-law, blessed memory, about this. Because, we're a very religiously Zionist community, organization. I am,
So for some people, their most intense Jewish commitment is crying over documentaries about Israeli war victories. So Judaism is a particular people, it's a way of life, it is a religion, it's many things, and some people will be more into the peoplehood commitment, other people will be more into the study and practice of Torah, and other people will be more into the Jewish nationalism Zionist component.
I drank the Kool-Aid, I gave it over to my kids. How do you factor in, as an American Jew, how much from a traditional Jewish standpoint we should be factoring in Israel? Like, if you're convinced a certain candidate, and I'm going to leave names out here, is so much better for Israel, but let's say to isolate the variable here, but is...
So some synagogues are incredibly schismatic, right? They're just constantly feuds and fighting and disputes and power struggles. And then other synagogues, just warm, friendly, cohesive, high-trust places. By and large, the Ashkenazim are the most schismatic, and the Sephardim are the least schismatic, the most friendly, down-to-earth, pragmatic, everybody, let's get along. So it's wonderful to see at a Sephardic synagogue. You might see someone who's a Haredi Jew with the payas, with the side locks down here, completely at ease, talking with a young man who's dressed like a goy, who rode to synagogue on his motorcycle on Shabbat, but there is a big tent component to the Sephardic approach to Judaism, while the Ashkenazi approach tends to be highly schismatic and many more feuds and conflicts and controversies.
It's maybe not as good for the country or other, like, how do you navigate that? How do you negotiate that as a, Israel's at war now, and it could make a big difference who the president is vis-a-vis the kind of back.
So the more intense Israel's fight, right, the more closed I am, right? When Israel's strong, secure, and not at war, it's easier for me to hear contrary points of view to my own particular perspectives. But the more peril Israel's under, right, the more Jews who are dying or threatened with death, then the more closed, the more tense, the more restrictive I get.
Israel will give or not give, how much will Israel be pushed by the United States to, pull out of Gaza, ceasefire, or do whatever you need to do. We're right behind you. These are real issues. Does that trump the whole, everything else that is important in our, society here in America?
Okay, first let me say that in the last election, a lot of people who supported Harris argued that she'd be just as strong for Israel as Trump. For some, I don't think there's any rule on this. So for some people, Israel, they might have children there, they might feel very strongly, they think it could be an existential issue right now. So that's going to be the most important. But I certainly think it's acceptable that whereas Israel needs to be an important factor, I think it doesn't have to be the be all and end all. At the end of the day, Israel is going to survive and has survived. And there's other issues that are important also. I mean, if the candidate who's going to be pro-Israel, but in other areas he's completely reactionary, and I mean, you can have a pro-Israel president who's also anti-Semitic. You can have someone who believes in every other area against your values. So you've had situations like that, perhaps among European countries, and so my own personal opinion is it has to be important to Israel, but it's not the only issue. We live in America. There's all sorts of other issues as well.
I was telling people, Israel needs to be, and it shouldn't be the only thing, like what you were just saying, but it really needs to be up there. Like whoever you're voting for, you need to feel as a Jew that you're voting for someone that's really going to have Israel's back. Does that mean everything else has to be lined up? Like, I don't know. I would never,
So there's a painful component to this conversation, because it feels like you've got on the one hand, the 120, 125 IQ guy talking to the 160 IQ guy. And it's very difficult to have a conversation once there's more than a 30 IQ gap.
What you just said before, I very much agree with that. I will lose my constituency. I don't know if you know, 2016, I was asked to give the benediction at the Republican National Convention. It was a big honor. And I spoke with people, and they're like, just check it out with a couple of MGE participants first. Rabbi, if you spoke at the Republican National Convention, I said, by the way, I'm not speaking for Trump. I'm speaking for the Republican, and I'm giving them a bracha. If the Democrats asked me, I'd probably do it there too. Rabbi, I would lose all respect for you, and I would never step foot in MGE again. And I think by the way,
was because I think that was because of the.
So earlier we had Kamadov in the chat say, "I'm done. Bye. I'll never come back here." So I'll never come back here. I'll never set foot. You're dead to me. This is part of Ashkenazi verbal intensity, which can be quite disconcerting for some people, right? It's a level of intensity that you're not going to find many other places, but it's a level of intensity that's much more common among Middle Eastern people than, say, Northern European people. So you're dead to me. I'm done. You're gone. You're not Orthodox Jew. You're not one of us. You're a heretic, right? Extreme denunciations over what may seem like trivial differences, right, are part and parcel of the thrill of operating within a verbally intense Ashkenazi community, right? There is a particular intensity to the Ashkenazi verbal style that is not there nearly as much among the Sephardim and the Mizrahim.
nominee was. If it was a different
Yeah.
nominee, maybe
Yeah.
others. But I agree. Look, I personally think Israel has to be a very important issue. In fact, I haven't seen anyone who's supporting Harris or the Democratic Party say otherwise. That they also think Israel is an important issue. But
Right.
So my early experiences of this Ashkenazi verbal intensity was, I felt I was being bullied, and it was dishonest, and it was a shanda, and it was terrible. And then I just had to learn that different groups, right, they communicate with different styles. And if you're not strong enough to stand up to this kind of intense conversation, then that's about you, right? When you are clear about who you are and what you stand for, then all this verbal intensity is going to be much less threatening.
So I think Jews on both sides of this issue believe Israel is important. They have different approaches, maybe, on how best to support Israel.
And
That's
you're
all
not
I would
just
say.
saying that. You're not just saying that to be diplomatic. You really believe.
So, like the last time someone tried to intimidate me out of my blogging, it was probably 2009. And there was a rabbi who threatened to sue me in secular court and in religious court. And I challenged him over the absurd things that he was saying. I fought back, and no one's ever tried to intimidate me since. So people will respond to you, right? You will shape how people react to you, and people will not try to intimidate you if it's obviously pointless.
I mean, I know that there are very strong candidates, or politicians within the Democratic Party, but are you not concerned? I'm sorry to push back on this.
So, question in the chat, are there groups of Jews who other Jews do not recognize as Jewish? So the traditional definition of a Jew is someone who's born of a Jewish mother or who has converted through an Orthodox Jewish law court. So for Reform Jews, the more liberal Jews, they will often count someone as Jewish who has a Jewish father and a non-Jewish mother. Also, they'll count someone as Jewish who has gone through a Reform or a conservative conversion to Judaism. So traditional definition is matriarchal descent, right? If you're born of a Jewish mother, you are Jewish. But if you're born of a Jewish mother but you convert to Christianity, you may not get the right of return to go live in Israel.
A little more. Are you not concerned with the direction the Democratic Party has?
So I remember when I used to listen to a lot of NPR, and who is a Jew was a hot button argument that was frequently on NPR, and I didn't understand why it was so important, why NPR was giving so much attention to who is a Jew. But I didn't understand why Jews were in the news so much.
Has gone in. It would be very unhealthy for Israel, by the way, for Israel to be a partisan issue and only have the Republicans supporting them. And that's why AIPAC tries to really, be neutral on that, and just support Israeli policies. But given the way the far left part of the Democratic Party has gone, and in my opinion, not been silenced by the more mainstream part of the Democratic Party, are you concerned that a continued support for Democratic candidates could be harmful for Israel?
Well, again, you don't know what's going to be now with the loss. So the whole party is going to have to perhaps undergo a transformation, but it's a very big concern. My only point was that the people who have supported people on the left, or the liberal side, I should say, the Democratic Party, either in Congress or for president, have claimed to be their pro-Israel bona fides are not put to the test by this, and that the members that they're supporting stand against the anti-Israel, and it's precisely a mistake to see the entire party is moving in that direction. We'll see. There's no question that the left,
Do you believe
the
that?
anti-Israel left, has become more important. But I know good Jews, charitable Jews, Orthodox and non-Orthodox, involved in federation, committed to Israel, and they are strong. They were strong backers of Harris, and they would.
You will not be surprised what an a-hole I made of myself in the past, particularly in my earliest, most fervent, most devoted parts of my journey into Judaism. I took the heresy hunting characteristics of my Seventh-day Adventist upbringing into my conversion to Judaism. And I would, criticize and challenge non-Orthodox clergy who didn't believe in God and say that they weren't, abiding by this or that key foundational belief of the Jewish tradition. Oh, I was not recognizing my proper station and not conducting myself appropriately is being a lifelong problem.
Be insulted if you questioned their loyalty to either to America or their support for Israel.
No, I don't. I'm not questioning their loyalty or support of Israel. I'm questioning their power to silence the increasingly vocal voices within the far left.
Okay, again, we will see. We don't know.
Right. He wants to silence. Right. He wants to shut down and end and stop. Essentially, too much criticism of Israel. Right. That is a default. When you hold something sacred, right, you will have a default response of wanting to stop anything that smears and diminishes and demeans that which you hold sacred. So for him, the Jewish state is sacred.
The squad is small. It's the voices are growing. If the young people demonstrating on campus are going to be the future of the Democratic Party, and there's no question that today's Democratic Party is not the Democratic Party of our parents and grandparents. But like I said, it remains to be seen, and there certainly is a place. There's an organization, Democratic Majority for Israel. The Democratic Party still has many supporters of Israel. Granted, you might not see them as supportive as Trump and the Republicans, and they are more nuanced in their support, absolutely. But it's too soon to see the Democratic Party as, for example, like the old Labour Party in England. And by the way, take a look at the Labour Party in England, which is strongly anti-Israel. There seems to have been a change in that to a certain extent. So look, we have a two-party system, and as you say, it would be a mistake for us to give up on one of the big parties.
No, we can't afford that. It just may. The question is it inevitable? And how long do you?
Nothing's inevitable. Nothing's inevitable. Your governor in New York and your mayor in New York are all members of the Democratic Party, and they're very supportive of Israel. So that's a battle that the Democratic Party, unfortunately, the Democratic Party does not have the same sort of support for Israel as Republicans. And if you would have said 30 years ago that you've had members of Congress in either party who did not believe in the existence of the state of Israel, never mind strong support, you would not believe it. You would say that's impossible. But yet now we have such a situation. And it's unfortunate, and hopefully we'll be able to keep it to a small group and maybe vote them out. A few of them, a couple of them, including.
So you get a sense of the power of conformity and to watch what you say to be able to maintain your position. So this group conformity and pressure, right, it will reduce the individual's optimizing for truth, right? Very difficult to optimize for truth in Marc Wildis's position, where he needs to stay on good terms with certain powerful donors and members of his conversation, his community, right? Optimizing for truth is not possible even in that situation, right? You have to tell people to a large extent what they want to hear.
One Bowman, not far from where you are now, he was voted out, I think, primarily because of his terrible anti-Israel statements.
No, I mean, thank you. I want to shift again one last time. I'm going to take you back. I want to take you into something that you wrote in one of your wonderful books, which is called The Limits of Orthodox Theology, which highlights the historicity of rabbis and Jewish philosophers that specifically differed with Maimonides' popular 13 Principles of Faith. Those of you who are listening, the great Rambam, Maimonides, lived in Spain, 1200s, moved then to Egypt. He codified 13 principles and said that these 13 principles are what every traditional Jew needs to believe in, and if not, you're sort of like out of, the traditional circle, if you will. Can you share the story behind the book and the reception that it received? And I just want you to know, I've been a Talmud of Rav Parnas. I don't know if you know Rav Yehuda Parnas. He should live and be well. He was my Rebbe in YU many years ago, and he used to bring you up in class, arguing usually against things that you've written and said. And I was like, who's this Marc Shapiro guy? Took me all these years. This is over 30 years ago. I was in this shir for 5 years in YU. And I have a lot of hakarat tov to him for teaching me how to learn. He's a brilliant Torah scholar, but took issue with a lot of the things you said in that book. And I'm just curious what was behind it and the reception that it received.
So Steve Saylor pointed this out. There is a Jewish tradition of very intense relations between various Jewish leaders and their most devoted followers. So I was a student of this particular rabbi, is a very common and important way that rabbis often identify themselves. I was a Talmud. I was a student of the Rav. You hear this again and again. Like, people will talk up their connection with some great rabbi, and this connection often becomes, incredibly intense, even inappropriate. And I won't go into too many details there, but there are many beautiful, wonderful, intoxicating things about forming a relationship with a guru or a rabbi, but it does narrow your grounds for following truth, right? The joy, the pleasure, and the sustenance you get from becoming a devoted student of a rabbi is also accompanied by a significant reduction in your freedom and in your ability to optimize for truth. It has a uplifting, healthy component. It often has a warping and destructive component, and it plays out in secular Jewish life as well, with Freud and with other Jewish public intellectuals and superstars. They tend to have very intense relationships with their followers, and there tend to be excommunications, like Freud would excommunicate this or that follower. So this kind of schismatic, intense relationship between usually an Ashkenazi Jewish leader, teacher, secular or religious, and his followers is one of the dominant characteristics of Jewish intellectual life that is fairly distinctive to Ashkenazi intellectual life, whether of the religious or the secular variety. It's this intense identity with your particular teacher. And then the fear of being cast out and essentially and excommunicated by the teacher if you violate his teachings.
Well, he was actually your Rebbe was the motivator for the book, because and incidentally, I have a lot of hakaras tov, I guess I should say, for him, because his son was my Rebbe in high school and was a great influence on me. But he wrote an article in there was a journal that was published by YU called the Torah Mada Journal, in which he said,
so almost everything in intellectual life is a reaction to something else, right? You get a paper, usually, or a book, and then people react to that. You get a dominant consensus, and then people react to that.
That the issue was the limits of engagement with, I guess, philosophical literature and unorthodox literature. And he says that, reading anything which conflicts with the 13 principles is.
So by and large, your traditional Jew is many, many times more learned in Torah than your modern Orthodox Jew, who in turn is typically much more learned in Torah than your non-Orthodox Jew.
Is problematic and forbidden. And my response to that was that position makes no sense, because we have a whole history of literature, Torah literature, that conflicts with 13 principles. We have Rashi.
So many Orthodox rabbis will feel no compunction telling you things that are not true, because they see what they're telling you and what they're commanding as being in the service of Torah. And when you feel that what you're doing and what you're saying is in service of Torah, many Orthodox rabbis and non-Orthodox rabbis, right, they feel tremendous latitude.
That conflict with Rashi and the Torah.
Before you go on, just tell everyone.
And it's very difficult to optimize for truth in a tightly knit, highly cohesive, highly connected traditional community, whether it's Jewish or not Jewish. Right? There are so many pressures to conform in an intense in-group, such as Orthodox Jews or any other traditional group, that people like Marc Shapiro, right, incredibly strong inside. Right? You have to be incredibly strong to optimize for truth and still stay within a community where there is tremendous pressure to conform.
what the 13 just not everybody who's
Okay,
listening to this.
Maimonides wrote a commentary on the Mishnah, that work I mentioned before, and in the introduction to one of the sections, he includes 13 principles of faith that everyone is obligated to believe in. And this does not appear in the Talmud, it doesn't appear in the Torah. Maimonides himself sets forth what he sees are the major principles. And there's a whole debate as to why he thought it was necessary to set out these principles when others had not set it out. And as I said, you don't find.
So within the first 200 years of the history of Christianity, Christians were killing each other over arguments of theology. By comparison, Jews were around for about 3,000 years before you first started getting a compilation of essential Jewish beliefs.
I mentioned in the Talmud.
So people listening, like we're talking about the belief, fundamental idea, the belief in God, the belief in the divinity of the
prophecy, messianic era, etc. Now, there's the major principles, and then there's all the details. But if you read the weekly Torah portion with the famous commentator Rashi, I mean, you'll find things that Rashi says that disagree with aspects of the principles. So I wrote a letter to the editor of that journal, which then had a short response from him, and wasn't convincing in my mind. So then I decided to do a whole book and going through each of the principles, all the debates. And again, I'm not arguing that one should adopt these other great rabbis' positions. My point was to show that there's a whole history of rejection of Maimonides' principles, and this is part of our tradition as well. And so it's a matter of intellectual history, it's a matter of religious history, and so I go through each principle as much, and since then I've uncovered much more information. The book will be double in size of great rabbis who either differ with Maimonides or clarify points of Maimonides on each of the principles. So I guess I would say that no one disagrees that there is a God. It's the first principle. But after that, throughout the rest of them, you do find disagreements. And it could be true that in a number of the cases, the figures I deal with are minor figures. They don't measure up to Maimonides. So if that's the case, if you have a...
So one of the stunning things that I experienced in my journey into Orthodox Judaism was Orthodox rabbis who would lie and say things that were not true because they thought they were doing it for a good end, for a Torah end. And I might ask a question publicly, and they would say something that they knew was not true, but they wanted to shut me down. They wanted to humiliate someone who had asked such a question. They wanted to, enlarge their own status to show that they were fighting for a good and holy and Torah end. And they would feel very little ethical compunction in how they would do that. Even, I remember this one famous convert to Judaism became an Orthodox rabbi and styles himself as this huge truth seeker, but they're still flesh and blood, right? They still have the same human frailties of any other group. And so there was one Orthodox rabbi who published a book on humility, and on the back cover, the guy just could not stop extravagantly praising himself. And so when you have someone, from the bema, from the pulpit, saying, welcomes questions, and questions are great, and Judaism's all about questions, and you ask a question, and then he lies and strives to humiliate you, to put you in your place, to enhance his own status, it can interesting that, yes, Orthodox rabbis, they have good points, they have bad points, but they're subject to all the same frailties that afflict plumbers and secular professors of English literature and attorneys and any other group. So you will find yourself disappointed if you expect a higher level of ethical behavior from rabbis or from priests or from ministers as opposed to any other group of people.
Debate between Rabbi X and Maimonides, maybe you're in good stead to go with Maimonides. But the fact is that Rabbi X didn't think it was forbidden for him to offer a different perspective, how he read the sources. So I think the history of Jewish thought in this matter shows that, contrary to Rabbi Parnas, there has been great disputes until contemporary times on various matters. In fact, we say before Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, we have various prayers in which we address the angels, We even do that Friday night in the third paragraph of Shalom Aleichem.
Yeah.
That's against the Rambam's fifth principle. And there were people who did not say the various prayers, it's called Machnise Rachamim, and there are people to this day who won't say the third paragraph of Shalom Aleichem because it's a direct request of the angel.
So many people whose living depends upon developing followers, members, secular, religious, rabbi, priest, right? If someone's got a congregation and their living depends upon developing followers, right, they will be very nice to you if they think you're going to become a follower and a funder. And then they will have absolutely no care or concern. You just simply do not matter if it becomes apparent that you're not going to become a follower, right? So the normal human emotions will flow through people, even if they present very religious. Then there are many wonderful, incredibly generous, empathic, ethical, impressive people rabbis who may want you to be a follower, but if you don't, it doesn't diminish your humanity. But then you'll encounter people for whom everyone they meet, every Jew they meet, is simply fodder for halakha, and they're either going to integrate them into their community and get them to be more observant, or they're just going to move on and devote their energy elsewhere.
And they say it's a violation of Maimonides.
What was the fifth principle and how is it a violation?
You can't turn to the angels. You can't request.
Yeah, not the most learned interlocutor, but he seems like an incredibly sweet man, right? I bet he's got fantastic people skills, which is why he's in Kiruv. Not primarily a scholar. So in Christian life, particularly intense Christian life, you'll have a lot of conversations about how you should believe about God, a lot of conversations about theology. Not so much in Orthodox Jewish life. There aren't a lot of spontaneous conversations about theology, and it will be very rare that you'll be asked, what do you believe about this or that, right? Traditional Jewish life primarily revolves around practice and around study of Torah. It does not primarily revolve around abstract questions of theology.
Request anything from them. The fifth principle is actually more of a command. You can't you can't turn to the angels
Intermediaries.
in any way.
Can't use intermediaries.
Yeah, it
Right.
does. So I mean, you could argue that the third blessing is not really in violation of the principle. There's ways, and you can, but the fact is that many people said it was, and we even have rabbis who say yes, it is, but we don't accept Maimonides in this matter. So there's a whole history of this. So I don't know, Rabbi Willig, who might be a number of your students, someone sent me, he has a tape on why you.
So Rabbi Willig probably has the most learned, devoted Torah studying membership in the modern Orthodox world in America.
Torah, in which he discusses this conflict over these slichot that address the angels. And he mentions me, actually. He says, okay, so Shapiro might be right, but we at least accept 12 and a half principles. That there's unanimity. Because on this request of the Maharal or Moshe Sofer, they all said you can't say these prayers that request the angels.
What about asking somebody to be what we call a melitz yosher, somebody who passes away?
Okay, well, the Rambam doesn't
you'll
say
be
that.
an advocate. Does that go against? Does that go against?
No, because it might be incorrect for the Rambam for a different reason, but he mentions specifically the heavenly beings, angels, things of that nature. He does not refer to people.
Interesting. Can you elaborate?
So the highest IQ Jewish community is probably among Ashkenazi modern Orthodox Jews, because they overwhelmingly have secular university educations and Jewish day school educations, so they tend to be highly literate in both worlds. It's an expensive way of life. It's a very demanding way of life. But in that cauldron of pressure, right, it forges often very impressive individuals with both high levels of secular distinction and learning, as well as high levels of religious distinction and learning.
Right on the eighth principle, the belief that the Torah is divine. This is obviously a very core principle in my work, in trying to inspire young men and women to take their Judaism more seriously. I find it difficult to do that when, if the view of the Torah is that it was, written even by great scholars. What is the historical background development of that principle, that idea? of Maimonides, the divinity of the
Principle
Torah.
states that the Torah, the entire Torah, was authored by Moses under divine inspiration, and not just the written Torah, but the oral.
So, overwhelmingly, those Jews who regard the Torah as divine study the Torah, revere the Torah, and practice the Torah. And those Jews who don't regard the Torah as divine don't nearly as often or as intensely revere the Torah and study the Torah and practice the Torah.
Torah, although it doesn't tell us exactly what's included in that. But at least that there is an oral Torah that also is Sinaitic, I guess you can use, if I can use that term. And so that would discount, for example, Madaitic, I guess you can use, if I can use that term. So that would modern critical theories of, the four different, the documentary hypothesis of four documents.
Yeah.
It would discount the idea that certain aspects, certain parts of the Torah might have been written by later prophets. So it's a very, extreme position in including everything under the revelation. Now, already the Talmud, I point out in the book that there's a bit of a problem with this, because the Talmud itself has an argument, it's mentioned in Rashi's commentary as well, the last verses of the Torah.
The last 8.
Where there's an opinion that Joshua wrote it. So the Rambam seems to be even excluding that from acceptability, which is a little strange. We wouldn't expect the Rambam to create a principle which violates, which views certain Talmudic positions as out of line. And but that is the Rambam's position. He does not mention if you look in other writings of his, the stress is more on not on the complete Torah, everything, but on the denying the prophecy of Moses, because that will make him to a fraud. But in the 13 Principles, he has a more wide-ranging statement about what it is. So, but there have been people who disagreed. Ibn Ezra, Rabbi Judah the Chassid, and there were others who thought that you could acknowledge that other prophets had a share in the Torah. They don't speak in terms of, we're talking about small sections.
In the 5 books.
Yes, in the 5 books.
Besides the last 8 verses of the Bible?
Yes. Yes, well, the Ibn Ezra on his commentary says it's the last chapter of Deuteronomy, but he also alludes to other areas in the Torah which would have been post-Mosaic.
But all those other rabbis that may take issue with the Rambam on how broad that divinity should go, they all subscribe fundamentally to the Torah Min Hashamayim, that the Torah was revealed, at Sinai and from a supernatural creator. I mean, generally speaking.
So a friend that I grew up with in Seventh-day Adventist life ended up doing a PhD in Hebrew under the conservative rabbi Jacob Milgram. So Jacob Milgram was a scholar who wrote commentaries for the secular Anchor Bible series. He was also a conservative rabbi. He had an interesting perspective on the divinity of the Torah. His position was, where it says God said, I believe God said, because the Torah does not, meaning the 5 books, does not, at first glance, in its plain meaning, does not seem to immediately claim that every word came from God. But that is the traditional understanding. I'll